The theory goes like this. Springfield is not a satirical exaggeration of American working class life. Springfield is an accurate depiction of it. And the floating timeline, the feature that keeps the characters permanently frozen at their original ages, while the decades roll by around them, is not a convenience or its limitation. It is the show's central thesis, stated in the language of structure rather than dialogue. Let's unpack that slowly. The Simpsons premiered in December 1989. Its central premise was, on the surface, simple. A working class nuclear family in a medium sized American city, living in a modest house, dealing with the ordinary pressures of ordinary life. Homer works at a job he's barely qualified for and doesn't particularly enjoy. Marge manages the household with patience that borders on supernatural. Bart is a middling student who specializes in mischief and avoidance. Lisa is brilliant and overlooked. The family has enough money to keep the lights on and not much more. In the early seasons, the ones that most devoted fans point to as the show's true golden era, the storylines were built around recognizable, humane concerns. Homer struggles with his self worth when he feels like he hasn't provided enough for his family. Marge confronts a growing sense that her world has gotten very small. Lisa faces the loneliness that comes with being the smartest person in a room full of people who would rather she stopped pointing that out. Bart discovers beneath all the performance that he actually cares about things and finds that vulnerability terrifying. These are not exotic storylines. They are the ordinary landscape of lower middle class American family life, rendered in yellow with four fingered hands and slightly improbable hair. And here's where the grounded theory begins to develop its teeth. Homer Simpson's economic situation, established in the show's earliest seasons, is one that was recognizable and relatively stable for American workers in the late 1980s and early 1990s. A single income, a modest house, two cars that mostly work, enough left over at the end of the month for Duff beer and the occasional bowling night. It was tight, but it was achievable. It was the kind of life that a man with a high school diploma and a steady union job at a power plant could reasonably expect to have in that era. Now, look at Homer's situation from the perspective of 2025. A single income household in which the breadwinner works as a nuclear safety inspector at a mid sized facility, living in a house that has at least three bedrooms in a neighborhood with space between the houses and a yard large enough for a dog and a trampoline. By the economic standards of 2025, that scenario is not modest. It is aspirational. In many American cities, it is simply not possible anymore for a single income earner with Homer's qualifications to support a family of five in that kind of housing without significant financial strain that the show never depicts. But because the floating timeline keeps Homer's economic circumstances locked in place even as the real world date advances, something interesting has happened over the decades. The life Homer leads, which was meant to represent the ordinary baseline of American working class existence, has quietly become a fantasy. Not a lavish fantasy, not a wealthy fantasy, just the fantasy of stability, of enough, of a house that's yours and a job that's there tomorrow and a family that can sit down to dinner without someone calculating whether they can afford the groceries. The show was never trying to depict luxury. It was trying to depict sufficiency. And sufficiency for the American working class has become increasingly difficult to sustain across the decades the show has been running. There is something quietly devastating about watching Homer stumble through his life with the casual assumption that the house will still be there, the job will still be there, the family will still be around the table for dinner, when those assumptions have eroded for millions of real American families over the same period. The show didn't change, the world did, and in not changing, The Simpsons accidentally created a document of a kind of American life that used to be the default and has now become something you'd have to be lucky to have. The floating timeline, rather than being a lazy convenience, has turned into an accidental time capsule. Every episode that airs in 2025, with Homer at his job and Marge in her kitchen and Bart on his skateboard, is simultaneously a piece of contemporary entertainment and a preserved specimen of a particular version of American life from a particular moment in that country's economic history. Now let's go a little deeper into what the floating timeline does to the characters themselves, because this is where the theory gets genuinely interesting. One of the features of the floating timeline that rarely gets discussed is what it does to the characters' backstories. When the show began, Homer and Marge's history was anchored to the 1970s and early 1980s. Their high school courtship was set during a specific era. The music of their youth was the music of that moment. The cultural references that defined their adolescence, the fashions, the events, the shared memories that give a generation its texture, were all drawn from a clearly identifiable slice of American history. But as the floating timeline dragged the present forward through the 1990s and 2000s and 2010s and into the 2020s, the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid 30s in 2025, they can't have been teenagers in 1978. The math doesn't work. So the show gradually, almost imperceptibly, rewrote their past. Their formative years shifted from the late 1970s into the 1980s, then into the 1990s, then nudging toward the 2000s. A flashback episode from the show's later years depicting Homer and Marge as young adults looks nothing like a flashback from the early seasons. The clothes are different, the references are different, the entire cultural atmosphere is different. And the characters are the same. Homer is still Homer. Marge is still Marge. The love story between them is as identical, regardless of which decade it's set in, which tells you something interesting about the show's actual argument. The specifics of the era don't matter. What matters is the structure underneath the specifics. The young couple who fell in love despite the odds, who built something together from modest ingredients, who kept choosing each other even when it was hard. That story doesn't belong to the 1970s or the 1990s or any other decade. It belongs to every decade. The floating timeline isn't erasing the past. It's revealing which parts of the past actually matter. Now, the most compelling version of this grounded theory connects the floating timeline not just to economics or nostalgia, but to something more fundamental about why the show has lasted as long as it has. The Simpsons endures not because it's the funniest show on television. It hasn't been the funniest show on television for at least 20 years by most measures. It endures because it is the only show on television that has been running continuously long enough to have become a fixture of multiple generations of the same family. Parents who watched it as teenagers in the 1990s are now watching it with their own children. Grandparents who discovered it in their 40s are watching it with grandchildren who weren't alive when it started. And what the floating timeline allows, what it makes possible that no other narrative device could, is the preservation of a version of the family that everyone who watches can map their own family onto. Homer is a father, not a specific father from a specific decade, but something closer to the Platonic idea of a father, exhausting and devoted and a little ridiculous and fundamentally stubbornly there. Marge is a mother in the same universal way. Bart and Lisa are the children every family contains in some form. The sibling who rebels and the sibling who tries to transcend, living in the same house, tolerating and secretly depending on each other. The floating timeline keeps these archetypes accessible across generations because it refuses to let them grow away from the moment that made them recognizable. Bart can't become a teenager because the moment Bart becomes a teenager, he stops being everyone's Bart. He starts being a specific version of Bart that belongs to people who were teenagers at the same time. The floating timeline is the mechanism by which The Simpsons remains everyone's show rather than becoming any particular generation's show. And here's the part of this theory that sits with you after you've heard it. If the floating timeline is what makes The Simpsons universally accessible, and if that universal accessibility is what has allowed the show to mean something to multiple generations of the same family, then the show's much criticized quality decline in its later seasons might actually be beside the point. The later seasons aren't great television in the way the early seasons were great television. Most people agree on this. The writing is looser, the emotional stakes are lower, the jokes reach for different things. But the show is still The Simpsons. The family is still the family. The house is still the house. And for the people who grew up with it, who have carried it with them through the decades, that continuity of presence might matter more than the quality of any individual episode. You don't keep watching a show for 36 years because every episode is good. You keep watching it because the thing it represents, the family on the couch, the opening theme, the specific light of Springfield on a Sunday evening, has become part of the furniture of your inner life. And disrupting that, aging the characters, resolving the storylines, letting the show become something finished and past, would mean acknowledging that something that was once constant is now part of history, which is, when you sit with it, a very human thing to be afraid of. The floating timeline keeps Springfield frozen, not because the writers are lazy. The floating timeline keeps Springfield frozen because Springfield frozen is exactly what the audience needs it to be. A place that was there when you were young and is still there now. A house where the same family is always home. A show that is always on, always the same, a consistent presence in a world that never stops changing around it. That's the most grounded theory. It doesn't require hidden meanings or secret narratives. It just requires you to look at the structure of the show and recognize that the structure itself is doing something intentional, that the decision to keep these characters frozen in time, far from being a commercial convenience or an artistic limitation, is the most honest thing The Simpsons has ever done, because it understands something about its audience that the audience might not understand about itself. That watching the show is not really about the plot. It's about the return, the ritual of coming back, the comfort of a place that has always been there, and for as long as the show runs, always will be. There's a version of Springfield that exists only in the past, in the episodes that first made the show matter to the people who watched them when they were young. And then there's the Springfield that exists on television right now, airing new episodes, still yellow, still nuclear, still sitting on that couch. And the floating timeline is the bridge between them. It says both versions are the same place. It says nothing has been lost. It says you can always come back, and when you do, the lights will be on and the family will be there. That's not a cartoon convention, that's a promise. And The Simpsons has been keeping it for 36 years. Section 3, Tier 2, the surprisingly plausible the nuclear mutation theory, or why everything weird about Springfield has the same explanation. We move now from grounded to something with a little more edge to it. Not dramatic yet. Not the kind of theory that asks you to reconsider your fundamental understanding of what you've been watching. Just the kind of theory that makes you sit up slightly and think, that's actually right there in the show, isn't it? That's not something someone invented. That's the show telling you something it never quite commits to saying out loud. The nuclear mutation theory is the backbone of most serious Simpsons analysis, and it has been hiding in plain sight since the show's second season. The basic argument is this: the Springfield nuclear power plant has been leaking radioactive material into the town's environment for decades, and the biological effects of that contamination are visible throughout the entire show, in the population of Springfield, in the wildlife, in the physical characteristics of every character who has spent their life within the town's borders. Let's start with what the show explicitly establishes, because it's worth taking inventory of how much the show has actually told you directly without any interpretation required. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility, is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns. A surprise safety inspection of the facility, depicted canonically in the show, found 342 separate safety violations. The estimated cost of bringing the plant up to code was $56 million. Mr. Burns declined to spend it, not because he couldn't. Burns is a billionaire several times over, and $56 million represents a rounding error in the context of his wealth. He declined because fixing the violations would mean acknowledging they existed, and acknowledging they existed would mean someone might start asking questions about what they had already done to the community living downwind. And the violations are not minor. The show depicts them directly. Radioactive waste dumped into bodies of water, radioactive waste dumped near playgrounds, plutonium used as a paperweight, cracked cooling towers patched with chewing gum, rodents inside the facility that have become luminescent from radiation exposure. And one detail the show drops casually and never revisits: human skeletons in the basement of the power plant, actual bones. Nobody explains how they got there. Nobody investigates. The inspection notes the skeletons, and the show moves on, and Springfield moves on, and the bones stay where they are. The safety inspector, whose literal job is to prevent this facility from poisoning the surrounding community, is Homer Simpson, a man who, by his own show's internal evidence, has an IQ of 55. A man who has been confirmed to have had a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood. A foreign object physically suppressing his cognitive function, which nobody in Springfield's medical community identified or removed during his entire upbringing. A man who has caused nuclear incidents by accident, who sleeps at his console, who has, on at least one documented occasion, thrown a donut into an active reactor core out of simple curiosity. This is the person standing between Springfield and catastrophic radioactive contamination. And he has been standing there, failing at that task, for over 30 years. Now, with all of that established, the mutation theory points to evidence that begins in season 2 and keeps accumulating through every decade the show has been running. Season 2, Blinky the Fish. This is where the theory earns its first solid piece of evidence, and it's not subtle at all. Blinky is pulled from a river near the nuclear power plant. Blinky has 3 eyes, not a deformity, not an unusual growth. A complete, fully functional third eye, positioned symmetrically on the fish's forehead. Blinky becomes national news within the show's universe. A candidate for governor uses the fish as evidence that Burns is poisoning the local environment. Burns is forced to eat the fish on live televisions in a bid to prove it's harmless. And then the town moves on. Nobody tests the water. Nobody conducts a follow-up environmental study. Nobody asks the most elementary question available. If the fish have developed a new sensory organ from exposure to the river water, what is happening to the humans who drink from the same water source? That question hangs unanswered in the air for the entire rest of the show's run. The mutation theory is the only framework that provides an answer. Let's look at the physical characteristics of Springfield's residents through this lens. Because once you start, it's difficult to stop. Homer Simpson. Extreme overbite. Eyes that protrude beyond any normal range of human anatomy. 4 fingers on each hand, a feature shared by every human character born and raised in Springfield. A skull shape that defies standard human biology. An IQ so diminished it qualifies as a clinical disability, attributed in part to the crayon in his brain, but potentially compounded by decades of radiation exposure. And a physical resilience that is, by any sober assessment, not normal. Homer has been shot. He has been electrocuted. He has fallen off cliffs and been struck by vehicles and survived explosions at close range. Each time, his body heals with a speed and completeness that has no medical explanation. The show treats this as slapstick. The mutation theory treats it as data. If radiation can create mutations that manifest as a third eye in a fish, the logic goes, it can equally well create mutations in human biology. Some of those mutations might be degenerative, cognitive impairment, shortened concentration, reduced critical thinking capacity. Others might be protective, cellular regeneration that prevents trauma from becoming permanently disabling. Homer's near-indestructible body isn't a cartoon convention. Under the mutation theory, it's a side effect of living in close proximity to a leaking reactor for his entire adult life, layered on top of whatever mutations his parents' prior exposure built into his biology before he was born. Marge Simpson presents a different but equally interesting case. The same protrusive eyes, the same 4 fingers, hair that maintains an essentially vertical tower shape under all circumstances in all weather conditions, apparently in defiance of gravity and standard hair physics. Marge worked at the plant herself for a period, exposed directly to the same facility and the same violations as Homer. Her children, Bart, Lisa, Maggie, were all born after both parents had been living in Springfield's contaminated environment, and all 3 display the same physical markers. Bart has the spiky hair, Lisa has the pronounced overbite, Maggie has the giant eyes. All 3 have 4 fingers. All of them have the yellow skin that covers every Springfield resident and absolutely nobody from outside the town. And this is where the mutation theory lands its most interesting piece of evidence: the guest star phenomenon. When celebrities or outside characters visit Springfield, the show draws them differently, not slightly differently, fundamentally differently. Their proportions are more naturalistic. Their features follow something closer to actual human geometry. Their eyes are set into their faces at something approaching normal depth. They look like what you might call realistic cartoon people, which is a different visual register entirely from how Springfield's permanent residents are drawn. The standard explanation is artistic. Guest characters are designed to be visually distinct from the main cast, so they look different by design. That's true. That is genuinely the artistic intention. But the mutation theory points out that within the logic of the show's own universe, there is a visible, observable difference between people who were born and raised in Springfield and people who came from somewhere else. The people inside the contamination zone have physical characteristics that deviate from normal human anatomy. The people outside it look comparatively normal. The show is depicting a biological divide between Springfield's population and the outside world. And the only explanation grounded in these show's own canonical content: the nuclear plant, the safety violations, the leaking coolant, the three-eyed fish in the river, is environmental contamination. Animals tell the same story. Santa's little helper, the Simpsons dog, has the same exaggerated eyes as his owners. His proportions deviate from normal dog anatomy in the same way the human's proportions deviate from normal human anatomy. Blinky the fish with his third eye is just the most dramatic example of a pattern that runs through Springfield's entire biological community. The wildlife of this town is demonstrably different from wildlife elsewhere. Now, let's look at Mr. Burns through this same lens, because Burns adds a dimension to the mutation theory that goes beyond passive victimhood and into something much darker in the episode commonly known as the Springfield Files, a season 8 episode in which Homer encounters what he believes to be an alien in the forest near Springfield, leading to an investigation involving FBI agents modeled on the X-Files characters. The identity of the so-called alien is eventually revealed. It isn't an extraterrestrial, it's Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so loaded with experimental compounds and controlled radiation therapy, that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatment is administered on a weekly schedule. Without it, Burns would die. With it, he lives for exactly one more week. His body has been so fundamentally altered by whatever combination of chemicals and radiation sustains him that after each session, he wanders out of the treatment facility in a dazed, euphoric state, moving through the woods near Springfield, like something from another world. He glows, literally. His body emits visible light in the dark, and the people of Springfield, confronted with a glowing humanoid figure emerging from the woods near their town, conclude that the most likely explanation is alien life, not radiation, not the nuclear power plant that has defined their skyline and their water supply for decades. Aliens. The mutation theory notes this as evidence of something beyond just biological alteration. The same contamination that has changed the residents' bodies has compromised their capacity for certain kinds of reasoning. A population exposed to chronic radiation-associated neurological damage would be expected to show impairment in critical thinking, in connecting observable evidence to logical conclusions, in recognizing when the most obvious explanation is sitting right in front of them. Springfield's residents see a glowing figure emerging from the woods near a nuclear power plant and conclude it must be from outer space. That's not stupidity exactly. It's a specific kind of gap between evidence and conclusion that suggests something has been interfering with the machinery of thought. Burns knows this. The mutation theory's most unsettling dimension is the argument that Burns has always known that he understands the contamination better than anyone because he is personally managing it in his own body. His weekly treatments are not simply keeping him alive. They are managing the effects of what is, in essence, chronic radiation poisoning that would otherwise kill him. He requires external intervention to maintain the biological equilibrium that radiation has disrupted. A man in that situation understands what radiation does to biological systems. He understands it experientially in his own cells every week. And he has been pumping contaminated waste into Springfield's environment throughout all of it. The argument that Burns keeps Homer employed as a deliberate strategy rather than through negligence or forgetfulness is one the show supports directly. When German investors briefly purchased the plant, their first act was to fire Homer. Their second was to assess the true cost of bringing the facility up to code, an estimate so enormous it threatened to destroy the acquisition financially. Burns bought the plant back and rehired Homer immediately. A genuinely competent safety inspector would have had the plant shut down or regulated into compliance within weeks. Homer ensures the violations continue, the leaks continue, the contamination continues, and under the mutation theory, that contamination serves Burns's purposes beyond simple economics. A population experiencing chronic neurological effects from radiation exposure is a population that doesn't ask dangerous questions. A workforce too cognitively impaired by decades of environmental contamination to organize effectively, to challenge authority, to connect the dots between what their employer is doing and what is happening to their bodies is the most manageable workforce imaginable. The crayon in Homer's brain, revealed in a later season to have been lodged there since childhood, takes on a different character through this lens. The mutation theory doesn't necessarily argue that Burns put the crayon there, but it does note that Homer grew up in Springfield, visited Springfield's medical community throughout his childhood and adolescence, and apparently not one physician in the town's healthcare system identified a foreign object in their patient's skull. Either the medical infrastructure of Springfield is catastrophically incompetent, or some portion of that infrastructure was not looking particularly hard for problems that might raise awkward questions. Burns's influence extends into Springfield's political and economic life at every level. The town's economy runs substantially on the power plant. The power plant runs us on Burns. Burns funds private medical research, employs doctors, and has a pharmaceutical capability that the show explicitly depicts as capable of producing experimental treatments that have no standard medical equivalent. An influence that permeates a town's politics, economy, and healthcare system is an influence that can, if directed carefully, ensure that certain kinds of investigations simply never happen. The episode in the Simpsons movie in which Springfield is sealed under a massive EPA dome, physically contained by the federal government, because the town's environmental contamination has reached a level so severe it threatens surrounding regions, is the mutation theory's most dramatic piece of evidence. The United States government, within the show's universe, looked at Springfield and determined that the safest course of action was to physically isolate it from the rest of the country, not clean it up, not regulate it, contain it. The way you contain something dangerous that you can't immediately fix. Springfield isn't just polluted. Springfield is classified as a contamination zone by a federal agency. And the people inside the dome, the residents who have spent their lives drinking the water and breathing the air, are, in that moment, officially recognized as being part of the problem. They are inside the contained area, not outside it. They are not the victims of the contamination waiting to be rescued. They are the contamination's product, sealed in with it. The mutation theory doesn't explain a handful of quirky details about The Simpsons. It provides a single coherent framework that accounts for almost every anomalous feature of the show simultaneously. The characters' unusual physical proportions, Homer's superhuman durability, the town's collective inability to recognize patterns that should be obvious, the wildlife with mutated biology, the billionaire who is kept alive through weekly radiation management, the safety inspector who has never once stopped a safety violation, the medical community that has never detected a foreign object in a patient's brain. Every piece fits. Every anomaly becomes, under this framework, a symptom of the same underlying cause: the cracked cooling towers, the leaking waste, the three-eyed fish in the river. It has always been there. The show has been pointing at it for 36 years. The only question is whether anyone in Springfield has been looking. And the mutation theory's darkest punchline is that looking isn't something Springfield's residents are particularly equipped to do anymore. Section 4, Tier 3. Getting Stranger, who really shot Mr. Burns, and why the official answer has never fully closed the case. This is where we start to move away from theories that explain things the show has depicted and toward theories that challenge what the show has told us outright. Because the shooting of Mr. Burns is the only sustained mystery the show has ever constructed and then officially resolved. And the theory at this level isn't that the mystery wasn't solved, it's that the official solution has problems, real problems, problems that the show's own internal evidence creates and never quite addresses. Let's go back to the summer of 1995. Season 6, Episode 25, Who Shot Mr. Burns? Part 1. The premise of this two-part episode was something that had never been attempted by an animated television show before. A genuine mystery with real clues, real suspects, and a real solution that viewers were invited to figure out before the answer was revealed in the fall. Fox promoted it aggressively. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special treating the fictional crime as a real unsolved case. A national contest invited viewers to submit their guesses. The winner would be animated into a future episode. The shooting itself was the culmination of a storyline in which Burns had accumulated enemies across the entire town through a series of actions that escalated from merely selfish to genuinely catastrophic. He drilled into the oil well beneath Springfield Elementary, taking funding that the school desperately needed. He'd financially destroyed Moe's Tavern. His construction work had created a sinkhole that collapsed the Springfield retirement castle, displacing the elderly residents. Santa's little helper had been injured in a related incident. And for his final act, Burns built a device to block out the sun over Springfield. Not metaphorically, but physically, a giant mechanical disc that prevented natural sunlight from reaching the town, specifically so he could force every resident to purchase electricity from his power plant rather than benefiting from any free solar energy. When Smithers protested, Burns fired him. By the end of part 1, essentially every named character in Springfield had a motive to want Burns dead. The show spent considerable time establishing those motives carefully. Homer's had been building for years. Burns couldn't remember his name despite Homer working for him throughout his adult life, and this had reached a point of genuine psychological damage. The town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns about the sun-blocking device, and the tension in that scene was coded as genuinely violent. Multiple characters were shown holding weapons. The potential for catastrophe was established clearly. Then Burns collapsed. A gunshot wound. He staggered to the town sundial and fell, and as he fell, his hands came to rest on two letters, W and S. From Burns's perspective, upside down, M and S. The camera held on those letters. The episode ended. The summer mystery began. The resolution, when it came in September 1995, was structured like a comedic detective procedural. Chief Wiggum and the Springfield police fumbled through the investigation with their characteristic incompetence. Smithers confessed almost immediately, but his confession collapsed when it turned out he had been blackout drunk on the night in question and had actually shot someone else entirely, specifically old Jasper, in his wooden leg. Wrong victim, wrong location, wrong crime. One by one, suspects were eliminated or given alibis. Principal Skinner, alibi confirmed. Moe, alibi confirmed. Tito Puente, the most remarkable alibi in television history, a full musical number explaining that he had channeled his rage into composing a samba. The investigation stalled. Then police found an eyelash on Burns's suit. DNA analysis was run. The eyelash belonged to a Simpson. Homer's fingerprints were on the gun. He had the most obvious and most established motive in the entire suspect pool. He was arrested. He was about to be convicted. And then Burns woke up from his coma and looked around the hospital room and said, "It was the baby, Maggie Simpson." According to Burns' testimony, he had encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from its holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Case closed. Except it wasn't. And the theory at this level of the ranking doesn't argue that the mystery was left open accidentally. It argues that the mystery was left open deliberately, that the evidence the show provides doesn't actually support the official conclusion as cleanly as it wants you to believe, and that several alternative explanations are more internally consistent with the clues established in part one than Maggie's guilt is. Start with the contest. Fox invited viewers to submit their answers and promised that someone who guessed correctly would be animated into the show. Thousands of entries were received. According to the DVD commentary produced by the show's own writers, not a single randomly selected entry from the submission pool guessed the correct answer. The person who received the prize was chosen at random and, since they had the wrong answer, received a cash payment instead of being animated into the episode. The writers did acknowledge awareness of one person who had posted the correct answer online on the night of the original broadcast. But this person was using a college internet account that had been deactivated by the time the contest concluded, and despite issuing an open invitation on the DVD release for this person to come forward, they apparently never did. Think about what this means. The show's creators announced publicly that the mystery was solvable from the clues established in part one. They promoted a national contest around that premise. And when the answer was revealed, essentially the entire viewing public had failed to solve it. Either the clues were genuinely insufficient to point clearly toward the correct answer. The red herrings were so effective they overwhelmed the actual evidence, or the answer didn't follow as logically from the evidence as the show claimed. The theory argues it's the third option. Consider the sundial. Burns falls onto it. His hands come to rest on letters. The show presents this as the critical clue pointing to Maggie Simpson, M for Maggie, S for Simpson. But Burns himself, the victim, the only person who directly experienced the moment of being shot, stated explicitly and on the record that his hands landing on those letters was not intentional. He wasn't trying to communicate anything. He just fell. The positions of his hands on those specific letters was coincidence, by his own account. The show's central piece of evidence for its own solution is described by the victim as meaningless. That's a significant problem for the official answer, and it's one the show acknowledges and then dismisses without really addressing. Now look at the gun itself. Burns carried a weapon in a holster. In the footage establishing the circumstances of the shooting, the holster is shown to be empty before the encounter with Maggie takes place. The gun was already missing from Burns's person before the attack. This means whoever shot Burns used his own weapon, which they had obtained before the encounter. This matters for how we understand the shooter's profile. Most of the angry, weapon-bearing people at the town meeting had brought their own weapons. They came prepared for violence. But the person who shot Burns used Burns's gun, a gun they somehow had possession of before confronting him. This suggests someone who came close enough to Burns to obtain his weapon, possibly in an earlier encounter, or someone who found the gun after it was dropped or removed. A baby finding a gun on the ground and accidentally discharging it is one way this could happen. But it's not the only way, and it requires accepting a fairly specific sequence of events that the show asks you to take on faith from the testimony of a man who had just emerged from a coma with a bullet wound in him. Burns's last recorded words before being shot were, "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He wasn't startled. He wasn't afraid. He said it the way you greet someone familiar, someone whose appearance in that moment was not surprising. Does Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? The show has established essentially no prior relationship between Burns and Maggie. Burns famously doesn't recognize Homer, who has worked for him throughout his adult life. The idea that Burns would see a baby and respond with the calm, slightly weary acknowledgement of, "Oh, it's you," doesn't fit the character as established. Who else could Burns have greeted that way? Almost any other suspect. Smithers, his most loyal servant and most recently fired employee, would produce exactly that response, a recognition tinged with sadness or resignation. Homer, his perpetually forgotten employee, would produce a different but equally intelligible response. Marge, who Burns had developed feelings for in an earlier episode, would explain both the recognition and the possibility that Burns chose to protect her afterward. The Homer confession is perhaps the most unsettling element of this theory. In a much later season, Homer claims, on camera, without apparent prompting, that he was the one who shot Mr. Burns. He says this as a throwaway statement. Nobody reacts. Nobody reopens the investigation. Homer has apparently just confessed to the attempted murder of the wealthiest and most powerful man in Springfield, and the incident is treated as a comedic non-event. Under the theory, this lands differently. Either Homer is lying for attention, which is consistent with his character, or Homer is telling the truth, in which case Maggie was framed, and the investigation that concluded with a baby being identified as the shooter was either deliberately misdirected or genuinely incompetent. The Marge theory is the alternative that has attracted the most serious attention. A Reddit user who circulated it assembled a case that is by fan theory standards, carefully reasoned. Marge had watched Burns systematically destroy everything her family depended on: her children's school, her family's dog, the sun above her town. She had every emotional motive imaginable. Burns had developed feelings for Marge in an earlier episode and had expressed what amounted to obsessive admiration. Under this framework, when Burns woke up from his coma and looked around the hospital room, he recognized that the person who shot him was someone he cared about, and rather than name her, he deflected. He pointed at the sundial. He offered the story about Maggie and the lollipop. He let the investigation land somewhere it could go without consequences: a baby who could not be prosecuted. Chief Wissom says this directly in the episode. No jury would convict a baby. The case would close. The real shooter would walk free. And Burns, who had spent decades acquiring enemies, chose to protect the one person among those enemies he had actual feelings for. Maggie's final scene in part 2, alone in the room after everyone has left, checking carefully that she's not being observed, and then moving her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger, is presented by the show as a confirmation of her guilt. The theory reads it differently. A baby watching someone fire a weapon and then imitating the motion later is not necessarily a confession. Babies imitate what they observe. Maggie may have watched someone shoot Burns. She may have seen the act performed, processed it, and later reproduced the gesture from memory. She's not confessing. She's remembering. The alternate endings strengthen the case that the official answer was not the natural or inevitable conclusion of the evidence. A complete alternate resolution was animated, in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter, fully produced, fully voiced. It was screened in a clip show, dismissed by the host as something that couldn't have been right because it would require ignoring the DNA evidence. The host's dismissal of this ending as equivalent to a real-world instance of a jury ignoring DNA evidence to reach a predetermined verdict is a reference so pointed that the show seems to be winking at its own willingness to follow evidence selectively. An early script draft had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered it seriously enough to develop it before abandoning it. The final answer was not the product of evidence pointing in one direction. The final answer was a choice, and the evidence was arranged around the choice after the fact. What the theory ultimately proposes is not that Maggie definitely didn't do it. It proposes that the show never definitively proved she did, that the evidence is genuinely ambiguous, that the official answer is inconsistent with several things the show explicitly established, and that the lack of a satisfying resolution to the national contest, in which the entire viewing public failed to identify the shooter, suggests the solution wasn't cleanly embedded in the clues the way the show claimed. Who shot Mr. Burns? The show said Maggie. The theory says maybe, but the case was closed, not solved. And in a town built on collective denial, on the willingness to accept convenient answers over truthful ones, closing a case and solving it have always been two different things. Section 5, Tier 4 Deep Water. The Homer coma theory, or everything since 1993, is the dream of a man who never woke up. We're getting into different territory now. The first three tiers asked you to look at the show carefully and notice things that were actually there. This one asks you to consider the possibility that what you thought was there might be a construction, that the version of Springfield you've been watching for decades might be an interior landscape rather than an exterior one, that the entire show after a certain point might be happening inside the mind of a man who went unconscious in a hospital bed in April 1993, and in a medical sense that the show never directly resolves, never fully came back. This is the Homer coma theory, and it is the most famous most discussed and most internally coherent fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. The theory originates from a Reddit post by a user named Hard to Pick a Name, which, given the subject matter, is a detail the internet has found quietly fitting. The basic premise is straightforward in its statement and endlessly complex in its implications. Homer Simpson did not wake up from his coma in April 1993. Every single episode that has aired since that date is a dream being generated by the unconscious mind of a man in a hospital bed in Springfield General, slowly losing brain function while his family sits beside him and waits for his eyes to open. The evidence begins with the episode itself. On April 1st, 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. The title was So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was an April Fool's Day escalation. Bart plays a series of increasingly extreme pranks on Homer until he places one of Homer's beer cans inside an industrial paint shaker. The explosion when Homer opens the can is violent enough to put him in the hospital. While Homer lies in his hospital bed, he sees a vending machine. He tries to reach a candy bar. The machine tips and falls, and its full weight comes down on Homer's chest. He flatlines. He enters a genuine coma, not a dream sequence, not a cutaway gag. Homer Simpson clinically dies and is resuscitated and lies unconscious in a hospital bed for 7 weeks. The episode ends with what appears to be a recovery. Homer wakes up. Bart, crying at his bedside, confesses that the whole thing was his fault. Homer immediately and joyfully strangles his son. The family laughs. Everything returns to normal, except for one piece of information delivered in the episode's final moments, almost as an afterthought. During the coma, Homer lost 5% of his brain function. Permanently. A doctor confirms it. Homer's response to learning he has sustained irreversible neurological damage is to laugh. Interestingly, that he doesn't understand why he's laughing. 5% of his brain function. Gone. Never coming back. The show acknowledges this and then moves on for 32 more seasons as if it never happened. Unless it's the thing that makes everything that followed possible. Unless 5% was the number that kept Homer's mind from fully re-engaging with the waking world, and everything since that episode has been an increasingly elaborate, increasingly unstable simulation running on the three-quarters of Homer Simpson's brain that survived. The theory's first major piece of evidence is tonal, and it's one that even people who've never heard the theory have noticed without being able to name exactly what they're observing. Before the coma, The Simpsons was a grounded show, satirical, yes, and operating in a cartoon register, but rooted in recognizable domestic reality. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge considers infidelity in an episode that treats the subject with genuine emotional weight. Bart struggles with the possibility of being held back a year in school, which is treated as a real consequence with real emotional stakes. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and navigates the complexity of an intellectual connection that the rest of her world doesn't quite understand. These are ordinary family problems. They are recognizable. They are human. The show, during this period, earns its emotional resonance because the situations it depicts are the situations that real families actually experience, presented through a cartoon lens but grounded in something true. After the coma, the shift is gradual at first and then comprehensive. Homer goes to space. He discovers his mother is a fugitive radical. He meets God twice. He travels to dozens of countries. He holds hundreds of different jobs, a new occupation seemingly every few weeks, without any of them having lasting consequences. He befriends celebrities. He joins secret societies. He becomes the leader of a vigilante group. He is, in the later seasons, essentially a vehicle for the show to go in anywhere and do anything. Because the narrative constraints that governed the earlier seasons, the constraints of a family with bills and responsibilities and a specific economic reality, have essentially dissolved. The show went from a family sitcom grounded in working class anxiety to something that frequently resembles the dreams of a man whose conscious mind is no longer fully engaged with the logistics of the real world. The internet has been arguing about when The Simpsons lost its way for 20 years. The coma theory argues the answer is precise. The Simpsons didn't get bad, Homer's brain got worse. 6 months before the coma episode, in the season 4 premiere, Homer the Heretic Homer has an actual conversation with God, a face-to-face discussion, theologically casual in the way that conversations in dreams often are. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something. He tells him that Homer will learn the meaning of life, but not yet, that his time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. Under the coma theory, this lands as a prophecy rather than a joke. God was not making a vague theological promise about life's meaning eventually becoming clear. God was telling Homer that his waking life was nearly over, that what came next would be something else. And 6 months later, Homer's conscious life ended under a vending machine in a Springfield hospital. And what followed? Every adventure, every celebrity, every impossible recovery, every episode since has been the dream of a man who is lying very still in a bed somewhere, probably still connected to machines, while his family waits. The aging problem is where the coma theory achieves its most emotionally elegant explanation for something that every theory about The Simpsons eventually has to address. Nobody ages. Bart has been 10 for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge haven't changed. The show uses a floating timeline to maintain this, and as we discussed in the first tier, that floating timeline serves real purposes for the show's cultural function. But the coma theory offers something different from a structural explanation. It offers an emotional one. Nobody ages because they exist inside the mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and never fully returned. Of course, his children don't grow up. His unconscious mind cannot imagine them growing up because he was not there to see it happen. His wife doesn't age because the last time he saw her, she looked exactly as she does in every episode. His friends are frozen at the moment the vending machine fell because that moment is the last real memory his conscious mind captured before going under. Homer's coma dream preserves his world exactly as it was on the day he lost it, because that is what an unconscious mind does when it has nothing new to incorporate. It runs on what it had at the moment of shutdown. The family frozen in amber. The house unchanged on Evergreen Terrace. The same ages, the same faces, the same dynamic, running in an endless loop with variations generated by a brain that's trying to fill the silence with something, trying to keep the story going because stopping the story would mean accepting that the story is over. The celebrity appearances in later seasons make sense under this framework in a way they don't under any other explanation. Homer's brain, lying in a hospital room, is receiving ambient stimuli from the outside world, the television in his room, conversations happening beside his bed, the radio, voices, names, cultural references filtering through the haze of unconsciousness, and his dreaming mind processes those sounds, incorporates those names and faces into the dream, populates Springfield with them as background texture. The later seasons are flooded with celebrities in a way the earlier seasons were not. Under the coma theory, this isn't a production decision driven by the desire to attract big names and boost ratings. It's a symptom of a brain that has been absorbing ambient media input for decades and integrating it into the only world it has left to inhabit. Every celebrity who walks through Springfield is a voice Homer heard through the fog of unconsciousness, translated into a figure in the dream by a mind that has been running the simulation for 30 years. The increasingly surreal soul and physically improbable nature of Homer's adventures in later seasons also fits this framework. In a functioning conscious mind, story logic imposes constraints. Things have to make a certain kind of sense. The physical world pushes back. Consequences accumulate. But in a dream, and especially in a dream generated by a mind that is slowly losing its organizational capacity, the constraints loosen. Homer can do anything, go anywhere, survive everything, because the part of his brain was he's responsible for maintaining narrative coherence has degraded, and what remains generates increasingly unmoored stories that follow emotional logic rather than physical logic. The reset between episodes, the feature of the show that allows the consequences of one episode to vanish completely by the next so that Springfield can burn to the ground and be fine in the following week's story, is the most structurally obvious feature of the coma dream. Every episode is a dream cycle. It begins, it runs, it reaches some kind of resolution, and then it resets. Consequences don't carry over because dream cycles don't accumulate consequences. in the way that waking experience does. The slate is wiped. The world is rebuilt from the last stable memory. The family is restored to its default state. In a waking life, this would be impossible. In the continuous dream of an unconscious man, it's the only logic available. The show acknowledged this theory in season 34 in an episode called Lisa the Boy Scout. Specifically, a scene was allegedly leaked, a fake deleted scene, subsequently revealed to be planted deliberately, in which Homer wakes from a long coma, revealing that all the outlandish adventures since season 4 were a dream. The show's writers had this scene created as a direct response to the fan theory. They animated it, they showed it to the audience, and then they said it was a hoax, planted by fictional hackers within the episode's narrative. Not real. Just kidding. But the fact that they made it at all is significant in a way the denial doesn't quite erase. The writers know about the theory. They've engaged with it seriously enough to produce a response to it. They've depicted the conclusion of the theory on screen and then stepped back from that conclusion with a narrative wink. They showed you the ending and told you it was fake, and the audience laughed, just as Homer laughed in the hospital when he was told he'd permanently lost 5% of his brain function. Laughing at something and dismissing it are not the same thing. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory in an interview around 2015. He said it wasn't true. He dismissed it as fan speculation. He is, after all, one of the people responsible for the show's existence, and the idea that the show he has worked on for decades is actually the dream of a comatose man is not something he is in a position to cheerfully endorse. But what Al Jean didn't address is the evidence. He didn't explain why nobody ages. He didn't explain the tonal shift after season 4. He didn't address why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He didn't account for the progressive detachment from physical reality that the show has exhibited in its later decades, a detachment that proceeds exactly as you'd expect from a dream that has been running without interruption for 30 years in a brain, slowly losing its higher functions. He said it wasn't true and moved on, and the fans didn't move on because the theory does something that no official explanation has managed to do. It makes the show make sense. All of it, the aging freeze, the tonal shift, the reset button, the celebrity flood, the increasingly cartoonish plotting, the fact that Homer can survive literally anything, endure literally anything, recover from literally anything, because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield, and his mind cannot kill him because his mind is the one telling the story. But here is what stays with you. After you've heard the theory stated in full and thought about it carefully and decided whether you accept it or not. If it's true, then the emotional core of The Simpsons is not comedy. It's something much quieter and much more heartbreaking. Homer's deepest, most desperate hope is simple enough that it fits in one sentence. He wants his family. That's the whole of it. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his son, still young, still there to strangle and to love in equal measure. He wants Lisa to still be playing her saxophone in the upstairs bedroom. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold. And in the coma, he has all of it. The dream gives him everything he's afraid to lose. His family preserved exactly as they were at the moment he went under. His children never growing away from him. His wife never leaving. His life in the same house on the same street, the same table, the same couch, the same television in the corner. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. Under the theory, it's the only version of heaven that a man like Homer Simpson would ever ask for. A house on Evergreen Terrace where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold and nobody has to say goodbye. Every time the credits roll, every time the reset happens, every time Homer survives something that should have ended him. It's Homer's mind refusing to let the story close because closing the story means waking up. And waking up means finding out what happened while he was gone. Whether his children grew up without him, whether Marge waited, whether anyone is still sitting at his bedside, or whether the chair is empty now. That's the coma theory. Homer Simpson has been dreaming since April 1993. Every episode you've watched since then is a love letter from an unconscious man to the family he can't reach. The show will never confirm it, but it will never disprove it either, because the evidence is built into the structure of the show itself. Nobody ages, reality keeps getting stranger. And Homer always finds his way home by the end of the episode because in his dream, he never left. Section 6, Tier 5. Unsettling territory, Maggie Simpson is the most dangerous person in Springfield, and she has been since the beginning shift. Your attention now to the quietest member of the Simpson family, because the theory at this level of the ranking is about someone who never says anything, and what that silence might actually mean. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She communicates primarily through pacifier sounds and the occasional pointed stare. She cannot walk without falling down. She has not, in any standard sense, developed language. She is, by every observable metric, a typical infant, the youngest, most dependent, most helpless member of the Simpson family. This is what she wants you to think. The Maggie theory begins with the shooting and then expands outward to cover something much larger than a question of who pulled a trigger. It's an argument that Maggie Simpson has, from the very beginning of the show's run, been operating at a level of intelligence, awareness, and strategic thinking that nobody else in Springfield is capable of, and that her apparent helplessness is not a developmental reality but a chosen performance. A disguise so perfect it has fooled her own family for 3 decades. We've already spent time with the shooting in a previous section, but revisit it briefly through this specific lens. A baby was identified as the person who shot the wealthiest and most powerful man in town. The evidence was examined. Chief Wiggum himself concluded that no jury in the world would convict a baby. The case closed. And then the final scene of the episode showed Maggie, alone in the room after everyone else had departed, checking carefully, deliberately, with a deliberateness that takes a moment to register as unusual in a 1 year old, that nobody was watching. And then, satisfied of her privacy, she moved her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show presents this as confirmation of guilt. The theory presents it as something more interesting than guilt. What the scene actually depicts when you watch it carefully is a set of behaviors that require specific cognitive capacities. Maggie checks her surroundings. She confirms she is not being observed. She performs a gesture that she understands to be significant while understanding simultaneously that performing it in front of others would have consequences. She sequences these actions in the correct order. Verify privacy, then act. That sequence requires situational awareness, memory, an understanding of social consequence, and impulse control. None of those are traits associated with infants. All of them are traits associated with someone who has a very clear model of how other people perceive them and is actively managing that perception. A baby who accidentally fired a gun would not check to make sure nobody was watching before reenacting the gesture. A baby who reenacted the gesture because she found it interesting might do it without checking. The checking is the tell. The checking says, I know this is significant. I know showing this would have consequences. I am choosing to do it only when I am certain I am alone. That is not the behavior of a 1 year old. It is the behavior of someone running a very sophisticated risk assessment. Now consider the longest daycare, the 7-minute theatrical short released in 2012. It was nominated for an Academy Award and is, by any measure, an extraordinary piece of animation. Premise is straightforward. Maggie is at a daycare facility run with authoritarian rigidity, and she needs to protect a caterpillar about to become a butterfly from a bullying peer. What follows is a miniature action film in which Maggie outmaneuvers adults, peers, and security systems to succeed at her objective. And she does this without speaking a word, without walking reliably, with the motor skills of a 1 year old. What the short depicts, with remarkable precision, is a mind that is operating at a level that the body it inhabits simply cannot keep up with. Maggie falls. She stumbles. She crawls when she needs to run. Her physical limitations are real, but her decision-making is essentially perfect throughout. She reads the environment accurately. She identifies threats before they materialize. She develops and executes multi-stage plans that require timing, spatial awareness, and the ability to predict other people's behavior several moves in advance. She improvises when the plan needs adjustment. She succeeds. No part of this is consistent with a 1 year old's cognitive development. The theory's argument is that Maggie is not constrained by normal cognitive development because something has accelerated or augmented her intelligence beyond the range of standard infant development. The most common version of this theory links it to the nuclear mutation theory discussed earlier. If Springfield's contaminated environment can depress some residents' cognitive function, it can plausibly elevate others. Homer's mutation reduced his intelligence to clinical disability level. Maggie's amplified hers to something that defies measurement. Same environmental cause, same family, same water and air, but opposite effects. The theory's most psychologically interesting dimension, however, isn't about radiation, it's about observation and strategy. The argument is that Maggie has watched what happens to intelligent women in the Simpson household and made a deliberate calculation about how to proceed. Look at Lisa Simpson. Lisa is a documented genius. Her IQ is, within the show's universe, exceptional by any standard. She knows more than virtually every adult she encounters. She sees clearly where others cannot. She asks the questions that need asking and pursues the answers that make people uncomfortable. She is, in every meaningful sense, the most capable person in the immediate Simpson family and possibly in Springfield. And her life is lonely, difficult, and regularly unrewarding. Lisa speaks up and is ignored. Lisa challenges authority and is punished. Lisa attempts to apply her intelligence to improving the world around her and is crushed repeatedly by a community that does not want to be improved and does not want to be made uncomfortable. Her intelligence is her defining feature, and it costs her constantly. Every episode in which Lisa tries to use what she knows to make things better tends to end in some form of defeat or diminishment because Springfield as a community is not structured to reward insight. It rewards compliance. Maggie has been watching this happen since before she could walk. She has been observing from the specific position of someone who is dismissed as incapable and therefore not closely monitored the precise ways in which intelligence expressed openly leads to resistance and isolation in this town one. And she has drawn a conclusion that is the opposite of the one Lisa acts on. Lisa's conclusion, arrived at again and again, despite the evidence of the results, is that the right response to a world that doesn't want to hear what you know is to say it louder, to try harder, to keep fighting. Lisa's refusal to give up is her most admirable quality and, arguably, the source of most of her suffering. Maggie's conclusion is different. Her conclusion is silence is power. Invisibility is armor. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. And the evidence for this strategy's effectiveness is visible throughout the show. Every time Maggie does something extraordinary, and she has done many things that are extraordinary, the family doesn't notice. The community doesn't respond. The shooting investigation focused on every adult in Springfield before eventually landing on the baby, because the entire investigative apparatus filtered out Maggie as a plausible suspect by default. The daycare rebellion she led succeeded because adults don't monitor infants closely enough to recognize when infants are organizing. Every heroic act, every display of genuine capability, every moment where Maggie has demonstrably saved her family or succeeded at something that should be beyond her has happened in the margins of everyone else's attention. And Maggie has ensured that this remains this case by maintaining, with perfect consistency across 36 years of screen time, the performance of exactly what everyone expects a baby to be: passive, dependent, incapable, present, but not significant. None of those things are true of her. She is the opposite of all of them. But the performance is so seamless and so sustained that even her own family, the people who love her most and live with her closest, have never quite registered what she actually is. There's a reading of this that is admirable, and a reading of it that is subtly disturbing, and the theory carries both without fully resolving them. The admirable reading: Maggie has understood something that adults rarely manage to understand. That operating beneath expectations is often more effective than operating above them. That the person in the room who says nothing and observes everything frequently knows more and can do more than the person who announces what they know, that choosing not to be seen is sometimes the most sophisticated form of agency available. The disturbing reading: Maggie has been consciously concealing her true nature from her own family for her entire life. The people who love her unconditionally don't actually know who she is. They love the performance. They love the baby. The thing behind the pacifier and the enormous eyes, the thing that checks its surroundings before reenacting a shooting and leads daycare rebellions with military precision, her family has never met that. And the theory ends on a question that the show has declined to answer across 36 years of episodes. Maggie is watching, thinking, planning. She has been doing this the entire time. She has demonstrated conclusively that she is capable of things that no baby should be capable of, and she has been very patient about it. What is she waiting for? The show never says, but it has shown glimpses of possible futures for her, none of them passive, none of them small. The show has imagined her adult self in brief flash forward episodes, and what emerges is always someone significant, someone who became something. The silence is preparation, not absence. Behind that pacifier, behind those wide and careful eyes, something is thinking. Something is observing the family and the town and the system that holds Springfield in place. And when Maggie finally decides the time is right, when she makes the move she has been quietly preparing for, during an entire childhood conducted in deliberate obscurity, the town won't see it coming. That is, the theory argues, exactly how she designed it. Section 7, Tier 6. Conspiracy level Mr. Burns engineered Homer's entire life, and 3 generations of the Simpson family are the evidence. We are moving now into territory where the show's individual mysteries begin to connect into something larger, where separate storylines that aired decades apart turn out to illuminate each other in ways that the show never quite made explicit, but the evidence supports strongly. This is the tier where the theory is no longer about explaining a single strange thing in the show. It's about explaining a pattern that runs through the show's entire history of the Simpson family, starting before Homer was born and extending forward through everything that came after. The central argument of this theory can be stated cleanly. Charles Montgomery Burns has not simply been an antagonist in Homer's life. Burns has been the architect of Homer's life. The psychological damage, the professional entrapment, the cognitive limitations, the fundamental brokenness that defines Homer Simpson as a character, all of it traces back to deliberate decisions made by a single man who has been pulling strings behind the scenes of Homer's existence since Homer was a small child. To understand the full shape of this, we need to go back to season 7. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired in November 1995, and it is almost universally considered one of the best episodes the show has ever produced. It is also, beneath the emotional surface, a conspiracy document. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the established fact. Abe Simpson had told Homer his mother passed away when he was young. He had shown Homer a grave. Homer had mourned. He had grown up with the specific weight of maternal absence that shaped certain kinds of men in certain kinds of ways. The desperate need for approval, the terror of abandonment, the clinging closeness to the people he loves that coexists uncomfortably with an inability to fully understand what they need from him. Then Homer accidentally fakes his own death to avoid working on a Saturday, and when Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records to correct the official record, Homer discovers something that changes everything. According to municipal documents, his mother is alive. The grave Abe showed him wasn't hers. It belonged to Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been using a famous American writer's headstone as a substitute for his wife's non-existent grave for Homer's entire life. Homer finds his mother at the cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave. They have a reunion that is among the most genuinely moving scenes the show has ever constructed. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona Simpson tells Homer why she left. In 1969, Mona was a housewife. She was married to Abe, living a quiet life in Springfield, raising a small son named Homer. Ordinary, unremarkable, and then something shifted. The show depicts her radicalizations through a sequence that manages to be both absurd and emotionally credible. She joined a group of activists. She became involved with a cause that the show treats as genuinely legitimate, not as parody. Their target was a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Let that settle for a moment, because it deserves to. before the Springfield nuclear power plant, before the three-eyed fish, before the 342 safety violations, Mr. Burns was running a germ warfare facility in the same town where Homer Simpson was growing up, a laboratory producing weaponized biological agents in Springfield, where children were playing, where families were living, where nobody apparently knew or thought to ask what the wealthiest man in town was doing in that building down the road. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological materials stored there. During the chaos of the raid, someone was knocked down. Mona stopped to help them. And the person she stopped to help was Mr. Burns. She helped him. She helped the man whose weapons she had just destroyed. And Burns looked at her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't contact her family. She couldn't hold her son or explain to him why she was leaving. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping and disappeared, and Homer woke up and his mother was gone. He was a child. He had no way to understand why. He had no way to understand anything except that she had left. And children, when the adults they love leave without explanation, tend to find the explanation in themselves. Homer grew up believing at some level that his show has repeatedly confirmed through his behavior that there was something fundamentally wrong with him, that he was the kind of son a mother would rather abandon than stay for, that something about him made people leave. This belief, the theory argues, is the foundation of Homer's entire psychological architecture, his desperate need for approval from everyone he encounters, his willingness to endure endless humiliation and exploitation from Burns rather than risk the loss of the one stable structure in his life, his family, his inability to set limits with the people who mistreat him, because deep in his psychological structure is the conviction that setting limits means risking abandonment. Homer didn't develop these traits randomly. He developed them because Burns destroyed his family when he was 6 years old, and the wound that left never healed because Abe refused to tell him the truth, and nobody in his life ever gave him the actual explanation for why his mother was gone. But the conspiracy doesn't end with Mona's exile. Burns didn't just destroy Homer's childhood. Burns, deliberately or as a side effect of his obsessive pursuit of Mona, shaped Homer's adult life as well. When Mona returns to Springfield in season 7, Burns recognizes her almost immediately. He sees her through a cab window and calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer, who has finally found his mother and understood for the first time why she left, has to say goodbye to her for a second time. And this time, for the first time, he knows who forced her out. He knows that the man who signs his paycheck is the man who took his mother. And then he goes back to work. Homer doesn't confront Burns. He doesn't quit. He doesn't appear to fully process the connection between the billionaire who employs him and the billionaire who destroyed his family. The show depicts this not as a joke, but as tragedy. Homer's inability to make this connection isn't played for laughs. It's played as the saddest possible evidence of how thoroughly the damage runs. Homer is too cognitively impaired by everything that has happened to his brain, the crayon, the radiation, the childhood psychological trauma, to hold the full architecture of his own suffering in his mind at one time and see what it adds up to. And the show confirms, in a later season, that Burns' presence in Homer's life was not accidental. Burns had committed a crime. Grandpa Simpson discovered it and had leverage. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would have a job at the plant, regardless of his performance. No matter how many mistakes he made, no matter how many times standard employment would have resulted in termination, Homer would remain employed at Springfield Nuclear. The show documents 742 incidents that would have ended anyone else's employment. Homer kept his job through all of them. For years, fans and Homer himself interpreted this as a cartoon convenience. Homer is too incompetent to keep any job but too important to the show to actually lose it, so the writers maintain his employment through narrative immunity. That's one reading. The conspiracy theory offers a different one. Homer's guaranteed employment isn't narrative convenience. It's a contract, a deal struck between Grandpa Simpson and the man who spent decades hunting his mother across the country. Burns keeps Homer employed as payment for Abe's silence about whatever crime Burns committed. And the result of this arrangement is that Homer has been trapped in a specific place, in a specific relationship with a specific employer, in a specific town with specific environmental conditions for his entire adult life. Burns didn't just ruin Mona's life, he engineered Homer's professional captivity. He ensured that Homer would never leave, would never go somewhere else, would never build a life outside the gravitational pull of the power plant and the billionaire who runs it. Because leaving would mean finding somewhere better, and finding somewhere better might eventually lead Homer to ask why his original situation was so carefully and specifically bad. The crayon episode, which reveals that Homer once had the foreign object removed from his brain and temporarily achieved something close to genius level intelligence, adds another layer. Without the crayon, Homer sees Springfield clearly. He sees his job clearly. He sees the exploitation and the damage and the systematic nature of his own diminishment with a clarity that is, as the episode portrays it, genuinely unbearable. Springfield does not reward intelligence. Springfield punishes it. Ned Flanders is the most sober and competent adult in the neighborhood, and his life is a sustained catalog of losses. Lisa applies her intellect relentlessly to improving things around her and is resisted and mocked at every turn. Homer, without the crayon, understands that he lives inside a system designed to keep him exactly where he is, doing exactly what he does, never quite capable of the sustained critical thinking that would allow him to recognize the system for what it is. And that recognition is so painful, so completely without any available remedy, that Homer chooses to go back. He chooses to have the crayon replaced. He chooses the fog. But the theory notes that the choice was never a free one. Burns made sure of that. When Homer was 6 years old and his mother vanished in the night, and his father told him she was dead, the psychological conditions that would one day make Homer prefer the fog to clarity were already being established. The man who needed a broken, compliant, cognitively impaired safety inspector in Sector 7G at the nuclear plant was already decades before that job existed, shaping the man who would one day fill it. Homer's mother was a radical who fought against Burns and lost everything. Homer's father struck a deal with Burns to survive. Homer inherited the consequences of both decisions and never understood why his life felt so heavy, why there was always something he couldn't quite reach, why the connection between his employer and his missing mother existed in his memory, but refused to coalesce into something actionable. Burns won, not because he's a cartoon villain, because he had resources, patience, and a century of experience in ensuring that outcomes favored him. He destroyed the activist who challenged him. He compromised the family member who had leverage. He captured the son through a professional arrangement that guaranteed his continued presence in Burns's sphere of influence. Three generations of the Simpson family, all operating under conditions that Burns either created or exploited, none of them quite able to see the whole picture. And Homer stands at the center of it, working at the plant, strangling his son on the couch in the evenings, eating donuts, watching television, living the life that was built around him before he was old enough to know it was being constructed. The man Homer could have been intelligent, articulate, fully aware of his world, exists somewhere behind the crayon and the radiation and the 30 years of carefully managed cognitive diminishment. But that man was never meant to surface in Springfield. Burns made sure of it when Homer was 6 years old. And every year since, the plant has kept the insurance policy on that investment running. Section 8, Tier 7. Going Dark Ned Flanders, The Psychology of Suppressed Rage, and Why the Nicest Man in Springfield is Also the Saddest. Everything gets quieter here. Not less intense. This is one of the darkest theories in the entire ranking, but quieter, more interior. This is not about conspiracies or cover ups. It's about a single person, the man next door, and what the show has slowly and carefully built into his character over 36 years without ever fully announcing what it was doing. Ned Flanders. On the surface, Ned is everything Homer is not. He is kind, generous, devoutly religious, physically fit, financially responsible, a devoted father, a thoughtful neighbor, and a genuinely good man by essentially every observable metric. He volunteers, he forgives, he absorbs punishment, and responds with grace. He is the kind of person who makes you feel slightly worse about yourself, not through any judgment on his part, but simply by existing as a reminder of what patience and goodness look like when practiced consistently. The show has rewarded him for this with an essentially uninterrupted sequence of disasters. His wife Maud was killed in a freak accident at the Springfield Speedway when a t-shirt cannon misfired. The t-shirts were meant for Homer, who was dodging them. They hit Maud instead. She fell from the bleachers and died. Homer's selfishness, not malice, not intention, just the ordinary reflexive self-preservation that defines Homer's relationship with the world, literally killed Ned's wife. And Ned forgave him. Because that is what Ned does. He forgives. He turns the other cheek. He says that God has a plan, and that the plan, even when it looks like this, even when the plan is a t-shirt cannon and a bleacher fall and a wife who is simply gone, must contain something he can't see yet. The theory begins there and extends back to the episode that revealed something about Ned that the show had been quietly containing for several seasons before it finally let it out. A hurricane destroys Ned's house. The community rallies to rebuild it, which is generous in spirit but catastrophic in execution. The rebuilt house collapses immediately, and Ned, who has lost his wife, whose house has just been rebuilt and then collapsed, who has spent years absorbing punishment that would have broken most people, snaps. He has a complete psychological breakdown in the middle of Springfield. He screams at the town. He insults every person who has ever wronged him, working through years of accumulated grievances with a specificity that makes clear these have been building for a very long time. He says things that he has been holding back, pressing down, managing, and containing throughout his entire adult life. He says them out loud, in public, and then he is taken to a psychiatric facility. And in that facility, something is revealed about Ned that reframes everything about his character. Ned was not always the gentleman the town knows. As a child, Ned was violent, uncontrollable, and genuinely impossible to manage. His parents, beatniks who philosophically opposed any form of conventional discipline, responded to this by taking him to a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression out of Ned through intensive behavioral modification. The treatment worked in the sense that Ned's overt behavior was transformed. The rage that he had as a child was pressed down, enclosed, sealed behind a constructed personality that the show characterizes explicitly as a cage. Ned's kindness is not a character trait. It is a psychological structure built around a feral child. Once you know this, everything about Ned looks different. His patience with Homer's destructive presence in his life doesn't read as saintly. It reads as the performance of a man whose conditioning prevents him from expressing the anger that his experiences would naturally generate. He cannot be angry with Homer. He was trained, systematically, not to be angry. When Homer causes the death of his wife and Ned forgives him, the forgiveness is not the product of spiritual grace. It is the only response his behavioral architecture allows. His faith functions the same way. Ned's religion is not portrayed as simple or shallow. The show gives it real weight. He has genuine conviction. But the theory suggests that the faith also serves a crucial psychological purpose. It provides the narrative framework that makes the endless suffering coherent. If there is a God and God has a plan, then nothing that happens is random injustice. Everything that happens is purposeful, even if the purpose is hidden. The faith is not just spiritual. It is structural. It is the explanation Ned needs to avoid the unbearable alternative conclusion, which is that he is simply a good man in a system that doesn't reward goodness. And here is where the theory reaches its darkest point. The show has confirmed on multiple occasions in different registers that God exists within the Simpsons universe. Homer has had direct conversations with God, face to face. The divine is not absent from Springfield. The divine is present and specifically engaged with certain residents of the town. God talks to Homer. God does not talk to Ned. The man who has dedicated his life to faith, who has built his entire existence around the practice of religious devotion, who has gone to church every week and prayed and served and forgiven people who did not deserve it. This man has never received a direct communication from the God he has organized his entire life around. Homer Simpson, who regularly skips church, who treats religious doctrine as a mild inconvenience, who has lived his life with essentially no spiritual consistency or discipline, has had multiple documented personal conversations with the divine, including one in which God offered him theological guidance and told him his time was coming. The show is making a statement here, and it is not a comforting one. The statement is that the universe of Springfield is not organized around merit. Goodness is not protected in Springfield. Kindness is not rewarded. Faith is not answered. The system, whatever we call the organizing logic of this town, whether it's Burns's influence or radiation or the collective amnesia or simple narrative reality, does not care about moral behavior. It cares about compliance. And Ned is the most compliant man in Springfield, not because he chose compliance, but because compliance was built into him by a behavioral modification program before he was old enough to understand what was being done to him. The hurricane's breakdown is the show's one unguarded moment of honesty about what Ned actually contains. The despair that emerges during that breakdown is not proportional to a collapsed house. It is proportional to decades of withheld anger and grief, and the slow burning recognition that the system he has served devotedly has given him nothing in return. The house was just the last weight that the structure could not hold. After the facility, after the treatment, after the therapist explains that Ned's niceness is a programmed response rather than a natural one. Ned goes back to Springfield. He goes back to being Ned. He rebuilds. He forgives Homer again. He goes back to church. He finds a new wife eventually in a later season, and that relationship brings him some genuine happiness before the show moves on to other things. But the theory argues that what we see after the breakdown is a man who now knows explicitly that his defining characteristic was constructed rather than chosen. He knows that the patience and the faith and the relentless goodness are the products of a childhood intervention rather than his natural self. He knows that the person he is underneath all of that, the version of himself that emerged during the hurricane breakdown, is someone who has been locked away for 50 plus years, and he chooses to lock it back up. He chooses to go on being the Ned that was made rather than the Ned that exists. Because the made Ned, even though his kindness costs him constantly, is at least functional in Springfield. The real Ned, the one underneath, has nowhere to go. Homer and Ned are, in this reading, mirror images. Homer is what happens when someone is broken by external force and never rebuilt. Ned is what happens when someone is rebuilt by external force and never allowed to break again. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. And the gap between their lives. Homer's chaotic, lovable, permanently rescued from consequence. Ned's disciplined, generous, regularly punished for its own consistency, has never closed because the gap isn't personal. The gap is systemic. Springfield rewards Homer because Homer is useful to the system the way it's set up. He keeps the plant running without asking questions. He fills the role that Burns's economic empire needs filled. The system protects him, not because he deserves it, but because he serves it without resistance. Springfield punishes Ned because Ned, for all his compliance, represents a kind of goodness that the system has no use for. Goodness that doesn't serve the machinery. Patience that doesn't convert into economic output. Faith that points toward accountability rather than away from it. The system does not eliminate Ned. It has no reason to. He is harmless, but it does not protect him either. And in Springfield, the difference between being protected and not being protected is the difference between Homer's life and Ned's. That's the saddest thing the theory proposes. Not that Ned is unhappy, exactly, but that he would never have had a chance to be anything other than what he was made to be. The rage was taken out of him before he was old enough to decide whether he wanted to keep it. And the man left behind, the man shaped to be only generous and forgiving and faithful, had no tools for the kind of world he was placed in. Ned deserved better than Springfield. But Springfield is where he lived. And Springfield does not particularly concern itself with what its residents deserve. Section 9, Tier 8. Full spiral Springfield doesn't exist on any map, and that is not an accident. We're at the level of the ranking now where the theories stop being about what happened inside Springfield and start being about what Springfield itself actually is. And this theory The one about the town's geographic impossibility and what that impossibility reveals is stranger than it might sound at first. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More people can picture its landmarks than can name the capital of a significant number of actual American states. It has a nuclear power plant, a tire fire, a gorge, a harbor, a monorail, a lemon tree of civic importance, an elementary school, a prison, two hospitals, and a convenience store that functions as the informal center of the community. It is a complete small American city with every feature you would expect such a city to have. It also has mountains and oceans and deserts and fertile farmland, all within casual driving distance. It borders Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky, depending on the episode you're watching. It is located on the coast in some episodes, and in the heartland in others, near the Canadian border in some stories, and within reasonable distance of Mexico in others. It has weather that encompasses blizzards, tropical heat waves, and every climatic variation in between within the span of a single season. Its state abbreviation, as shown in certain episodes, is NT, which does not correspond to any actual American state. Springfield does not exist in any American state because it appears to exist in all of them simultaneously. The surface level explanation for this is well established and confirmed by the show's creator. Matt Groening has said publicly that he chose Springfield as the town's name because it's one of the most common city names in the United States. There are dozens of Springfields across the country, and because he grew up near Springfield, Oregon, the geographic contradictions are intentional. Springfield is meant to be every American town simultaneously, so that viewers in Maine and viewers in California and viewers in Texas can all see their hometown in it. The geographic impossibility is a design feature. It's the mechanism by which the show achieves its sense of universal familiarity. This is a real and accurate explanation, and it comes from the show's creator, so it deserves weight. The theory at this tier of the ranking accepts that explanation and then asks what else might be true. Because here is the thing about Springfield's geography that the standard explanation doesn't quite address. It isn't just vague. It isn't just non-specific in the way that a story set in a small American city might be non-specific. It actively contradicts itself. The show doesn't decline to specify where Springfield is. It specifies Springfield as being in multiple incompatible places simultaneously. This is different from vagueness. Vagueness leaves things open. Contradicting yourself actively closes off the possibility of resolution. Springfield's geographic contradictions are not an absence of information. They are the presence of incompatible information, repeated and sustained across decades of storytelling. The show seems to want you to try to find the answer and to ensure that finding it remains impossible. In 2012, Gruning gave an interview in which he appeared to resolve the mystery. He said Springfield was based on Springfield, Oregon, a city near Portland where he grew up. For approximately 48 hours, fans accepted this as the answer. Springfield was in Oregon, and then the show continued to air episodes that placed Springfield in geographic contexts inconsistent with Oregon, and the writers showed no particular interest in honoring the creator's revelation, and the mystery continued to be unsolved because the show continued to generate contradictions. Groening's answer was real. The show simply declined to accept it. Why would a creative property actively resist its own creator's answer to a long-standing question? The theory proposes that the geographic ambiguity is functional, not merely artistic, not just a design choice aimed at universality. Functional, in the specific sense that it serves a purpose that is separate from storytelling and more closely related to a kind of structural self-protection. Consider, if Springfield were definitively in Oregon, it would have a specific regulatory environment, a specific state attorney general, a specific state environmental agency, a specific set of federal oversight structures tied to its geographic location. The Springfield nuclear power plant would fall under specific regulatory jurisdictions. Burns's facility would be subject to specific legal accountability mechanisms. Springfield's geographic indefiniteness means none of that applies. The town floats between regulatory environments. No single state authority has permanent jurisdiction over a town that's in Ohio this week and Nevada the following week. The EPA, as depicted in the Simpsons movie, can seal the town under a dome, which suggests federal jurisdiction reaches it. But federal environmental enforcement is slower and more politically manageable than state level oversight. And Burns, who has been managing politicians across multiple jurisdictions for over a century, would find federal enforcement significantly easier to handle than a determined state attorney general with a fixed area of responsibility. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means accountability. Landing means a fixed address that regulatory agencies can point to and say, that is where the violations are occurring, and here is the legal mechanism by which we will address them. As long as Springfield doesn't have a fixed address, the question of who is responsible for its environmental conditions remains permanently open, which is exactly how Burns needs it. The theory connects here to the principle and the Popper analysis we touched on earlier. That episode established that Springfield collectively and deliberately suppresses truth that threatens the community's comfortable status quo. The community voted to criminalize acknowledging that their principal was an imposter because acknowledging it would have meant disrupting the comfortable fiction they had built around his false identity. They chose the fiction. They enforced the fiction with legal authority. Springfield's geographic uncertainty follows the same logic at a larger scale. The town cannot afford to be found. Finding it, fixing it to a specific location with specific regulatory oversight, would mean someone with authority showing up and asking questions about the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the billionaire who has been alive since before the Spanish-American War. The geographic uncertainty isn't an artistic choice. It's a civic defense mechanism. The town stays unfindable because staying unfindable is the only viable strategy for a community built on a foundation of contamination and denial. The coma theory offers a different but equally interesting interpretation of Springfield's geographic impossibility. Homer's unconscious mind doesn't have a precise, accurate map of America stored in its memory. It has impressions. It has fragments of every place Homer has ever been to or seen images of or heard described. Mountains from a vacation, ocean from a childhood trip, desert from a movie, small town Main Street from the community where he grew up. Homer's dreaming brain assembled Springfield from every American landscape he ever encountered, layered on top of each other without geographic logic, because geography is not the organizing principle of a dream. Emotional resonance is the organizing principle of a dream. And Springfield feels like America. It feels like every American community because it is made from Homer's memory of America, which is scattered and incomplete and assembled from longing rather than cartography. The town is everywhere Homer has ever loved, which means it is nowhere exactly and everywhere he reaches for it. There is one other dimension to the geographic theory that is worth sitting with. The episode Behind the Laughter, which aired as a mockumentary in season 12, claimed to resolve the location question. In the original broadcast, the narrator placed the Simpson family as coming from northern Kentucky. In syndication, in the reruns that aired on other networks and in other time slots, the location was changed. A different state was named. The answer literally depends on which version of the episode you're watching. Springfield's location is not merely unresolved. It has been given multiple contradictory definitive answers. The show provided the truth and then changed the truth, and both versions of the truth are technically part of the show's broadcast history. Even when Springfield has as a definitive answer, that answer isn't definitive. It shifts. It refuses to stay fixed, which is, when you think about it, entirely consistent with a town that operates through collective denial, that changes its official version of events whenever the official version becomes inconvenient, that exiles the people who insist on the stable, fixed, factual version of anything. Springfield doesn't have a location. Springfield has a strategy. And the strategy is that any answer you find will be contradicted by the next episode. Any map you draw will be wrong by the next season. Any conclusion you reach about where Springfield is will be undermined by the town's own internal evidence before you've fully committed to it. The town that cannot be found is the town that cannot be held accountable. And accountability in Springfield has always been the one thing the system is is most efficiently organized to prevent.
Section 10, Tier 9.
Genuinely unhinged, The Simpsons is predicting the future, and what that actually means is stranger than prophecy. We are near the top of the ranking. Now, approaching the tier where the theories leave the internal universe of the show and start touching the actual world. And this is where things get strange in a different way than they've been strange before, because the claim at this level is not about what the show is doing to its characters. It's about what the show is doing to its audience. Let's get the famous examples out of the way first, because you've probably encountered them, and because the argument of the theory is not really about the examples. The examples are the setup. The theory is the punchline. The year 2000. The episode Bart to the Future depicts a future in which Lisa Simpson is elected President of the United States. Her immediate predecessor in the Oval Office is described as being Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election. 16 years before the political event that many people described as paradigm shifting, a cartoon had depicted it as an obvious satirical joke about the direction American celebrity culture was heading. The internet response when this became widely known was substantial. Screenshots spread across social media with the kind of velocity that the platform generates for genuinely surprising things. People who hadn't watched The Simpsons in decades were sharing clips and asking versions of the same question. How did they know? This is the tone of most of the predictions discourse. Amazement, mild suspicion, a sense that something unusually prescient had occurred. The list of other supposed predictions is long enough to fill its own video. In 1995, the show depicted a device worn on the wrist that functions like a modern smartwatch. In 1994, Homer went to space with Buzz Aldrin, roughly 2 decades before commercial space tourism became a real industry. In 1998, a scene included a mathematical equation that appears to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, a finding that wouldn't be experimentally confirmed until 2012. In a 1993 episode, a flu virus originating in Asia spreads to Springfield, causing mass panic and panic buying in what many people noted during 2020 had an uncomfortable thematic resonance with the COVID-19 pandemic. In 1996, the show made a joke about Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra while under the influence, which became strange context when Cypress Hill actually performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall in 2024. In 1998, the show depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox, which actually happened in 2019. The official explanation from the people who actually make the show is the sensible one. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer since the beginning, has addressed it directly. If you throw enough darts, you will get bullseyes. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, satirical observations, and speculative extrapolations about American culture, technology, and politics. The volume of content is enormous. Some of it is bound to align with future events through sheer probability, and the alignments that happen get shared and remembered, while the many misses, the jetpacks that never arrived, the political outcomes that went differently, the social shifts that didn't materialize, are quietly forgotten. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during many of its peak seasons, said it plainly. There are very few cases where The Simpsons actually predicted something. It's mainly coincidence plus the fact that history repeats itself, and the episodes are old enough that patterns recur. Fact-checking organizations have systematically examined the most viral prediction claims and found mundane explanations for most of them. The Trump prediction wasn't prophecy. Trump had been publicly discussing running for president since the late 1980s. The show's writers weren't predicting the future. They were observing the present, specifically the trajectory of celebrity culture and the increasing confusion between entertainment and political authority, and pushing it to its logical, absurd conclusion. The Disney-Fox merger wasn't prescience. Media consolidation had been an accelerating, documented trend for decades. Writers who read the business press and understood the economics of media conglomeration didn't need a crystal ball to see that the biggest fish would keep eating the smaller ones. They needed a newspaper. The smartwatch wasn't technological prophecy. The concept of a wrist mounted computer had existed in science fiction for decades before the show depicted it. The writers didn't invent the idea, they took an idea that was already in the culture and depicted it in a context that happened to resemble what the technology eventually became. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been among the most credentialed in television. Multiple writers hold degrees from Harvard and other elite institutions. Many have backgrounds in mathematics, science, political theory, and history. These are not people guessing at random. They are careful, well read observers of American culture who spend their careers identifying patterns, analyzing trajectories, and extrapolating current conditions forward to their inevitable conclusions. Their apparent predictions are the natural output of that process, filtered through a medium that has been running long enough and producing enough content that some of the extrapolations were always going to materialize eventually. This is the honest, accurate, well supported explanation. And the theory at this tier of the ranking accepts it entirely. And then asks a follow up question. If the show isn't predicting the future through prophecy or special knowledge, is it possible that the show is shaping the future through cultural influence? Not through magic, not through some unusual access to information about what's coming, through the entirely comprehensible mechanism of cultural saturation. The Simpsons is one of the most watched, most quoted, most deeply embedded pieces of media in American history. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its observations about American culture have become part of the cultural furniture. Its jokes have become part of the American lexicon in ways that extend well beyond the show's direct viewership. People who have never watched a single episode of The Simpsons have nonetheless encountered its references, its catchphrases, its particular brand of satirical observation, because the show has been in the background of the culture for 36 years. When The Simpsons made a joke in 2000 about Trump becoming president, that joke entered the cultural bloodstream. It became something people referenced when discussing Trump. It became a frame through which a segment of the culture processed the idea of a Trump presidency as an absurd punchline, as the kind of obviously satirical thing that only a show trying to illustrate how far celebrity politics could go would ever depict. And what the theory proposes is that this cultural priming had a measurable effect, not on Trump's decision to run, not on the electoral machinery, but on the cultural atmosphere within which his candidacy existed. The idea of Trump as president had already been presented to millions of people as an obvious satirical joke. When the reality began to materialize, it didn't feel shocking. It felt like recognition, like something you'd been primed to see as inevitable, even though you had never explicitly expected it. The show didn't predict Trump. The show made Trump feel familiar before Trump existed. And familiarity changes how people relate to things. Things that feel familiar feel achievable. Things that feel achievable become more possible. The theory extends this to the Disney Fox merger. The show's depiction of a megacorporation absorbing a competitor, presented as deadpan satire of media consolidation, made that event culturally legible before it happened. When Disney actually bought Fox, the cultural response was primarily surprise. It was something more like weary recognition. The Simpsons already did this. Of course it happened. The satire had already normalized the outcome. This is the theory's most interesting claim, that The Simpsons is less a predictor of the future and more a normalizer of the future. That presenting certain outcomes as obvious satire, as things that are so clearly the logical continuation of existing trends that a cartoon has been making jokes about them for decades, makes those outcomes more culturally available, less disorienting when they arrive, and possibly, in some diffuse and difficult to measure way, more likely to occur because the cultural resistance to them has been preemptively softened. Springfield doesn't reflect America. The theory argues, in its most provocative version, that America has become Springfield, that we have been watching a mirror for 36 years and have started to resemble what we see in it. The nuclear power plant run by an ancient billionaire with no accountability. The government that fails. Population too distracted by its own concerns to notice how thoroughly it is being exploited. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset, the collective amnesia that allows the same mistakes to repeat indefinitely because the cultural memory that would prevent repetition has been eroded. The show depicted all of this. The show has been depicting it since 1989, and the world it depicted has gradually materialized around it, not because the show predicted it, but because the show modeled it so persistently and so completely that it became, over the decades, a template rather than a warning. That's the genuinely unhinged part. Not that the writers have special knowledge, not that there's some conspiracy behind the predictions, but that the show has been so pervasive, so embedded in the culture for so long that its satire has functionally merged with the reality it was meant to comment on. We watched Springfield become a contamination zone and called it a cartoon. We watched Springfield's billionaire buy political outcomes and called it exaggerated. We watched Springfield's population forget catastrophe after catastrophe and called it a continuity quirk. And then we looked up and discovered we had been living in a version of Springfield for years, and the jokes had stopped being jokes somewhere along the way without any clear moment at which that transition had occurred. The Simpsons didn't predict the future, but the future studied The Simpsons. And somewhere between the first episode and the most recent one, the distance between the show and the world it was commenting on quietly closed. Section 11, Tier 10. The theory that swallows all the others Springfield as a closed system, and what the loop actually means. We have arrived at the top of the ranking. The theory that earns its position not by being the most dramatic or the most elaborate, but by being the one that, if you sit with it long enough, makes all the other theories fold into it. The one that connects the radiation and the coma and the conspiracy and the geography and the predictions and the frozen timeline into a single coherent argument about what The Simpsons actually is. This theory doesn't have a single originator. It has accumulated over the years from the intersection of several lines of thought that independent observers pursued in parallel until they arrived at the same destination from different directions. It's the theory that Springfield is a closed system,
Not metaphorically.
not as a way of describing the show's narrative structure, but as a description of something that the show has been constructing, one layer at a time, across 36 seasons. A universe with specific internal rules, all of which serve a single purpose. The purpose is to prevent change. Let's build this slowly, because it deserves care. Every theory we've examined so far has an answer to the question of why Springfield resets, why nobody ages, why catastrophes are forgotten, why the same patterns recur without resolution. The radiation theory says cognitive damage prevents critical thinking. The coma theory says the reset is a dream cycle. The principal and the pauper analysis says the town collectively votes to maintain convenient fictions. The Burns theory says the reset serves the economic interests of the person who controls the town's infrastructure. All of these answers are internally consistent. All of them are supported by the show's canonical content. All of them explain the same phenomenon, the reset, from different angles. The theory at the top of the ranking proposes that all of these explanations are simultaneously true and that their simultaneous truth is not coincidental, it's designed. Springfield is a closed system, which means it is a system that has been specifically organized to prevent the conditions that would allow it to change. It is not closed by accident, and it is not closed through any single mechanism. It is closed through the interaction of multiple mutually reinforcing mechanisms, each of which would be insufficient on its own, but which together constitute something nearly airtight. Consider the mechanisms in combination rather than in isolation. The radiation has produced a population with compromised critical thinking. This makes it difficult for residents to sustain the kind of analytical reasoning that would allow them to recognize and organize against the system that constrains them. Individual residents can be intelligent. Lisa is demonstrably brilliant. Maggie, even more so, but intelligence in isolated individuals in a community where critical thinking is broadly suppressed does not produce collective action. It produces isolated individuals who are frustrated and overlooked. Burns's economic control ensures that even residents who somehow manage to identify the problem have no viable path to addressing it. The town's economy runs on the plant. Challenging burns means challenging the economic foundation of the community. In a town where cognitive damage already makes sustained critical thinking difficult, presenting people with a choice between their living standards and their principles is effectively not a choice at all. The system is designed to make resistance economically catastrophic and then to impair the reasoning capacity that might find a way around that constraint. The collective denial mechanism that the principal and the pauper episode made explicit ensures that any truth which breaks through these defenses can be suppressed at the community level through social enforcement. Residents who insist on the truth, who refuse to accept the agreed upon version of events, who point at the three eyed fish and refuse to let the question drop, face social exclusion. The real Seymour Skinner was tied to a train. Truth tellers in Springfield are exiled. The community collectively maintains the fiction because the fiction keeps the community intact, and the intact community keeps everyone in it from having to face the implications of the truth. The geographic ambiguity adds a legal and regulatory dimension. A town with no fixed location has no stable regulatory oversight. Accountability requires a fixed address. You cannot bring a legal case against a nuclear facility that simultaneously occupies multiple jurisdictions. You cannot hold a state government responsible for conditions in a town that belongs to different states depending on the day. The geographic uncertainty is not just an artistic feature of the show. It is a structural feature of the system that maintains Springfield's stability. And the floating timeline, the feature that keeps every character frozen at the age they were when the show began, is the system's most fundamental mechanism. Time passing is change, aging is change, the accumulation of consequences is change. The floating timeline prevents all of these by simply decoupling the characters from the flow of time. Springfield's residents cannot accumulate consequences, cannot develop, cannot grow toward any conclusion because the machinery of time has been disengaged. Together, these mechanisms create a system in which the conditions for change simply cannot arise. Cognitive impairment prevents the recognition of the problem. Economic control prevents organized response even when recognition occurs. Social enforcement suppresses the truth when it surfaces in isolated individuals. Geographic ambiguity prevents external intervention. And the frozen timeline eliminates the possibility of organic development toward any different state. Springfield is not a dysfunctional town that happens to be stuck in a loop. Springfield is a system precisely engineered to loop. Every apparent dysfunction, every reset, every forgotten catastrophe is a feature. The system is working exactly as designed. Now, here is where the theory swallows all the others. The coma theory proposes that Homer's unconscious mind is generating Springfield as a dream. The radiation theory proposes that the nuclear plant's contamination is responsible for Springfield's impossible characteristics. The Burns conspiracy theory proposes that the town's billionaire has engineered its conditions deliberately. The collective denial theory proposes that Springfield maintains itself through social contract. The closed system theory proposes that all of these are true simultaneously, and that their simultaneous truth is not a contradiction but a coherence. A dream requires a dreamer. A contamination requires a source. A conspiracy requires an architect. A social contract requires participants. Homer's coma, if real, is not a competing explanation for Springfield's impossibilities. It is the innermost layer of a system that would be impossible without it, because a man in a coma cannot escape, cannot wake up and do something different, cannot grow older and take his family somewhere else, cannot demand accountability from his employer, cannot remember the catastrophes well enough to connect them. The coma is what makes Homer permanently available to the system that depends on him. His unconsciousness is not incidental to Springfield's closed loop. His unconsciousness might be what makes the loop possible. And the radiation, which has warped the biology of every creature in Springfield, which has suppressed the cognitive function of its human population, and rendered Homer's body nearly indestructible, serves the same systemic function. A population that cannot think clearly cannot organize. A Homer who cannot be physically destroyed cannot be removed from his post by accident. The radiation is not an unfortunate side effect of the power plant's operation. Within the closed system framework, the radiation is an operational output. It keeps the system stable. Burns's engineering of Homer's psychological vulnerabilities, of the professional arrangement that traps him in Sector 7G, of the elimination of Mona Simpson, and the deal with Grandpa that guaranteed Homer's presence at the plant. These are not separate conspiracies. They are components of the same mechanism. Burns built the trap. The radiation stalks it. The coma seals it. The collective denial maintains it. And the audience, the people watching from outside the system, the people who have been watching from outside the system for 36 years, are the last piece of the closed system theory. Because the theory's most unexpected claim is that the loop does not exist only in Springfield. The loop exists in us. We have been watching The Simpsons for 36 years. We have watched the same family in the same house make the same kinds of choices and face the same kinds of consequences in an infinite variety of arrangements. We have watched the same dynamics: Homer's chaos and Marge's patience, and Bart's rebellion and Lisa's frustrated idealism, and Maggie's silent observation play out in episode after episode, season after season, decade after decade. And we have kept watching. We press play every week or every evening or every time we need something familiar in the background. We return to Springfield the way we return to any place that has become part of our internal landscape. Not because every visit is worth having on its own terms, because the place itself has become necessary. The place has become the point. We cannot let The Simpsons end, because letting it end would mean acknowledging that 36 years have passed, that the people who watched it as children are now adults with children of their own, that the world has changed in ways that cannot be undone, that the comfortable thing we watched while we were young has become a piece of evidence of how long ago that was. The loop exists in Springfield, and we built it, not by intent, not through conspiracy, through the very human mechanism of loving something and not wanting to let it go. We pressed pause on The Simpsons in 1989 in the sense that we made a collective cultural decision, expressed in ratings and marketing budgets and content licenses, and the simple fact of continuing to watch, that this show should continue, that Bart should stay 10, that Homer should stay in his job, that the family should stay on the couch. We made Springfield's loop. Burns might have built the physical infrastructure of it. The radiation might have compromised the town's capacity to resist it. The coma might have sealed it from Homer's inside, but we, the audience, maintained it from the outside. We maintained it by tuning in, by buying the merchandise, by showing the reruns to our kids, by making Springfield the kind of cultural constant that no single entity has the power or the desire to shut down. The Simpsons will end someday. All things do. But when it does, it will not be because someone decided to let the characters age and resolve their storylines and send them off into a future that the show's writers will have constructed to feel earned and complete. It will end the way everything institutional ends, through exhaustion or economics, or the gradual withdrawal of the cultural attention that gave it life. And when it ends, Springfield will be past tense. The family will be frozen in the last episode they were alive in. Bart will be 10, Lisa will be 8. Homer will be at his console, and Marge will be in her kitchen. And Maggie will be watching from behind her pacifier, and the loop will be complete, because the loop was always going to complete. The only question was how long we needed it to run before we were ready to let it close. The closed system theory is the theory that all the other theories are parts of. It's the framework inside which the radiation and the coma and the conspiracy and the geography and the predictions all make sense at the same time. It's the answer to the question that every theory about The Simpsons is ultimately trying to answer, even when it doesn't know that's the question. Why can't Springfield change? Because Springfield can't change. It was built that way by Burns, by the radiation, by Homer's unconscious mind, by the audience's refusal to let it go, by 36 years of accumulated cultural investment that has made it more expensive to end than to continue. The system is closed, the loop is maintained, the family is frozen in amber, and every Sunday night, for as long as it runs, the opening credits play, the family races home from wherever they've been, they converge on the couch, the television is on, and For 22 minutes, Springfield is exactly the same as it was the last time you visited, and the time before that, and the time when you first fell in love with it. The loop isn't their prison. The theory's final argument is exactly this: the loop is ours. Section 12. Conclusion. Why? We never leave Springfield. We've spent a long time in Springfield tonight. We started somewhere quiet in the grounded observation that a town built on the economics of 1989 has become, across 3.5 decades, an accidental document of a kind of American life that used to be ordinary and has since become aspirational. We trace the mutation theory through its evidence: the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the yellow skin and the four fingers, all of it pointing at the same contaminated source. We reopened the Burns shooting and found the official answer surrounded by evidence that doesn't fully support it. We spent time in Homer's coma, listening to the theory that the most famous dreamer in American television history might have gone to sleep in 1993 and never come back. We watched Maggie from a distance, behind her pacifier, watched her check her surroundings before reenacting the shooting in an empty room, watched her lead rebellions that nobody was paying enough attention to notice. We traced 3 generations of the Simpson family back to a biological weapons lab in 1969 and found Burns's fingerprints on all of it. We looked at Ned Flanders and found underneath the relentless goodness the programmed architecture of suppressed rage and bottomless grief. We tried to find Springfield on a map and discovered that being unfindable is the town's most important structural feature. We watched the predictions accumulate and realized the question isn't whether the show predicts the future, but whether the future has been listening to the show. And then we reached the theory that held all the others, the framework in which radiation and coma and conspiracy and geography and audience psychology all pointed at the same thing. Springfield is a closed system. The loop is maintained by everything inside it and everything outside it simultaneously, and the loop is as ours as much as it is the characters. What I want to leave you with, as whatever hour of the night or morning you're in moves forward, is not the most dramatic conclusion, but the truest one. All of these theories, from the most grounded to the most unhinged, are attempts to answer the same question, the question that every devoted viewer of The Simpsons has eventually found themselves asking, usually without quite articulating it, usually in that specific quality of silence that follows an episode from the golden era of the show, the silence in which you're not sure whether you want to laugh or feel something else entirely. Why does this show still matter so much? It's not the quality of the recent seasons. It's not the jokes, which have varied enormously in their effectiveness across 36 years. It's not nostalgia exactly, although nostalgia is part of it for people who grew up with it. It's something more fundamental than any of those things. The Simpsons matters because it was, and remains, the first place a very large number of people encountered a family that looked like theirs. Not literally, not physically, but structurally, emotionally, in the specific texture of the love and the frustration and the chaos and the recovery. Homer loves his family completely and manages to demonstrate it mostly through the damage he accidentally causes them and the way he drags himself back from that damage. Marge holds things together through a patience that is real and has a cost and is not infinitely renewable. Bart is the child who doesn't know how to be good but keeps trying anyway. Lisa is the child who knows too much and cannot help being who she is. Maggie watches all of it from the outside, knowing more than she lets on, waiting for the right moment. Those are not cartoon archetypes. Those are real people. The cartoon is just the register in which they're delivered. And because they were delivered in that register, without the weight and consequence of live action drama, with the freedom of a medium that can sustain 40 years of weeknight stories without any of them demanding permanent consequence, they became accessible to everyone. Anyone could map their family onto The Simpsons. Anyone could see their father in Homer or their mother in Marge, their own childhood struggles in Bart or Lisa, their own silent watching in Maggie. The theories exist because when something matters that much, people want to understand why. They want to go deeper than the surface. They want to find the architecture underneath the thing they love and understand how it was built and what it means and whether there's more to it than what's visible from the couch. And what the theories find when you follow them all the way to the end is something that the show has been carrying since its first episode without ever needing to announce it. Springfield is built on love, not uncomplicated love, not easy love. Love that's always arriving slightly wrong, love that causes damage through clumsiness and intention, both. Love that is sometimes expressed as a strangling and sometimes as a quiet moment beside a hospital bed, and sometimes as standing in the dark outside a window looking in at the family you can't quite reach. Homer's coma dream, if it's real, is love. Every impossible adventure, every celebrity encounter, every planet scale catastrophe that resolves itself before the next episode. All of it is a man who loves his family too, much to let the dream end, generating more and more story to fill the silence. Because silence means the dream is over. The mutation theory, if it's real, is love. Burns might be the architect of Springfield's contamination, but the show's emotional argument is that what persists in Springfield, what survives the radiation and the denial and the reset and the corporate exploitation, is the family. Four people and a baby and a dog sitting on a couch, surviving. That's survival's love. The conspiracy theory, if it's real, is love. Homer's mother kissed him goodbye while he was sleeping and disappeared to protect him. She loved him enough to leave him. He never stopped being the shape that absence left. And the closed system theory, the one that swallows all the others. The loop is ours. We built it. We maintain it. We keep pressing play. Because we love Springfield. Because we love the family. Because the idea of the show ending is the idea of something permanent and reliable in our internal landscape becoming past tense. The theories are tools for staying close to something we love. The analysis is an extended act of attention, and the attention is the thing that keeps Springfield alive, not the ratings or the network schedules or the merchandise contracts. The 36 years of people sitting down and watching and caring about what they saw. That's what The Simpsons actually is. Not a prediction machine, not a conspiracy, not a radiation experiment or a dream. A family that a very large number of people have loved for a very long time, and a town that was built to hold them. Springfield doesn't exist on any map, but it exists in the specific quality of light that falls on a Sunday evening when the opening theme starts. In the sound of the chalkboard and the saxophone and the couch gag playing out before anyone's had a chance to settle in. It exists in all the hours we've spent there and in the people we were when we first arrived. That's the mystery at the center of all the other mysteries. Not why Springfield is so strange, why Springfield is so ours. And now, wherever you are, whatever hour it is there, whatever brought you here tonight, whether you're still watching or whether you drifted off somewhere in the middle, sections, which is exactly what this was built for, know that Springfield will be there when you wake up. Same couch, same family, same town on no map under a yellow sky. It always is. That's the whole point. Sleep well. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If you enjoyed this journey through every theory ranked by how insane it gets, subscribe for more deep dives like this one. Drop a comment with a theory that's going to stay with you the longest. And if you're watching this at an unusual hour from somewhere interesting, I'd genuinely love to know. Appendix, extended notes. The following section provides additional depth on several of the theories discussed above for those who want more before sleep fully takes over. On the radiation theory, the question of Homer's superhuman durability. The mutation theory's most interesting sub-argument concerns Homer's physical resilience, which the show depicts so consistently and at such extremes that it has become one of the character's defining features. Homer has been shot multiple times. He has been electrocuted severely on numerous occasions. He has fallen from significant heights. He has been struck by vehicles. He has been inside or adjacent to explosions. He has been beaten, stabbed, and subjected to physical trauma that would constitute a medical emergency for any standard human being. And in most cases, he recovers within the same episode, often within the same act. The standard explanation is cartoon physics. In animated television, characters are not bound by the physical consequences that govern live action storytelling. Injuries are temporary. Recovery is fast. This is the nature of the medium. The mutation theory's alternative explanation is that Homer's biology has been fundamentally altered by decades of radiation exposure. Radiation at sufficient doses causes cellular damage. It disrupts normal biological processes. But it is also worth considering that radiation, in sufficient and specifically directed doses, can also trigger cellular adaptation. The body is remarkably good at adapting to persistent environmental stressors when the exposure is chronic rather than acute, and when the dose is sufficient to trigger adaptation without being sufficient to cause immediate fatal damage. Homer has worked in close proximity to an active nuclear reactor for his entire adult life. He was born and raised in Springfield, which has been contaminated by the plant's waste since before his birth. His parents were both exposed to the town's environment before he was conceived. He has spent more total hours in the immediate vicinity of nuclear materials than virtually any other character in the show. The mutation theory suggests that the specific mutation this has produced in Homer is one that prioritizes physical resilience at the cost of cognitive function. His body has adapted to survive damage. His brain has been compromised in the process. The trade off is ugly, but from a purely biological survival standpoint, coherent. This would explain not just Homer's ability to recover from physical trauma, but also several other features of his biology that the show establishes without explanation. His pain tolerance is depicted as genuinely unusual rather than just comedic. He can absorb physical impacts that visibly damage the structures around him. His healing rate, even allowing for cartoon physics, is depicted as faster than that of other characters in the same situations. And his cognitive function is at the other end of the spectrum. His capacity for sustained critical thinking, for connecting cause to effect across time, for sustaining a complex chain of reasoning, all of these are impaired in ways that go beyond his character, being written as a buffoon for comedic purposes. The show has gone out of its way multiple times to establish that Homer's cognitive limitations are real, measurable, and have physical causes. The crayon, the documented IQ score, the specific neurological tests that various episodes have referenced. Homer is not stupid in the way that cartoon characters are sometimes simply written to be stupid. Homer is cognitively impaired in specific ways that the show documents carefully while being, in other ways, remarkably physically capable. The mutation theory says both of these things are the same mutation expressed in different biological systems. The radiation took something from his mind and gave something to his body, and the plant keeps both processes running. On the coma theory, the problem of 1993, specifically one of the details that makes the coma theory more than just an interesting narrative reframe, is the specificity of its timing. The theory doesn't claim Homer's coma began at the show's beginning or at some arbitrary point in the middle. It claims a specific date, a specific episode, and is able to point to specific textual features of the show before and after that date that support the claim. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was in its fourth season. The first three seasons had established the show's core emotional register: grounded, domestic satire rooted in economic anxiety and family psychology, building its comedy from recognizable human situations. Season 4 was the last season of this phase. Many of its episodes are among the show's most critically celebrated. Homer the Heretic, Mr. Plow, Marge versus the Monorail, Selma's Choice, Brother from the Same Planet. These episodes have in common a quality that is difficult to define precisely but unmistakable when you encounter it. They feel like they are about something real, something that extends beyond the plot of the episode and touches something in the viewer's actual life. The season 5 premiere, which is the first episode that aired after the coma episode, is titled Homer's Barbershop Quartet. It is a parody of Beatles mythology depicting Homer as a former member of a chart-topping barbershop quartet. It is a funny episode. It is also, notably, the beginning of the show's pivot toward a kind of story that didn't exist in seasons 1 through 4. The story in which Homer has a remarkable past that the present-day episodes don't reflect, in which his biography expands to include experiences that feel inconsistent with the humble, stationary figure we've known. This pattern, Homer's life expanding into improbable biographies, improbable professional histories, improbable adventures, accelerates through seasons 5 and 6 and becomes the dominant modes of storytelling by season 7 and beyond. The coma theory reads this escalation as the dream becoming less constrained. Homer's unconscious mind, in the early stages of the coma, was running a reasonably faithful simulation of his waking life. The stories were grounded because his memories of real life were still close and vivid. But as weeks became months and months stretched into years, the simulation had to generate more material than his memories could provide. It started extrapolating, it started constructing, it started producing versions of Homer's life that had never happened and couldn't happen because a dreaming mind that needs to fill time has no option but to generate. The increasingly unmoored quality of later season storytelling is not, under this theory, a sign of writers running out of ideas. It is a sign of a dreaming brain running low on source material and reaching deeper and deeper into imagination to keep the simulation running. On the Burns immortality theory, the Three Stooges syndrome and what it actually implies Burns's medical situation is established most memorably in the scene where a doctor informs him that he has every disease known to medical science simultaneously, every single one. The doctor's explanation is that these diseases exist in a state of perfect equilibrium, each canceling out the effects of the others, creating a biological gridlock that prevents any single condition from progressing to the point of lethality. The doctor describes this as Three Stooges syndrome, three people trying to squeeze through a doorway at once, none of them able to pass. The show plays this for comedy, and it is genuinely funny. But the mutation theory, combined with the Burns immortality analysis, suggests that this equilibrium is not a natural occurrence. It is managed. The weekly radiation treatments that keep Burns alive and produce his visible green glow are not simply sustaining his biological functions. They are maintaining the precise balance of competing diseases that keeps all of them in check simultaneously. Think of it as pharmacological precision at a scale that normal medicine could not achieve. If you need to maintain exactly the right conditions to keep 20 competing serious illnesses balanced against each other, the dose calibration required is extraordinary. Too much of one treatment component and a specific illness gains dominance. Too little of another and a different condition breaks through the equilibrium. The weekly maintenance is not simple life support. It is the continuous adjustment of a biological system so complex and so delicately balanced that missing a single treatment would allow the entire equilibrium to collapse. Smithers' understanding and managing this system is not simply a function of devotion, it is a function of genuine expertise. Smithers has been managing Burns's treatment schedule for decades. He knows the protocol, he knows the doses, he knows the warning signs of imbalance. He is, in practical terms, Burns's personal physician as much as his personal assistant, and the show's repeated suggestions that Burns would be helpless without him are not metaphorical. Burns is being kept alive by a maintenance protocol that one person fully understands, and that person is Smithers. The relationship between them, so often discussed in terms of Smithers' personal devotion and unrequited feelings, has this entirely separate dimension. Smithers is the only thing between Burns and the simultaneous onset of every disease in existence. That is not a servile relationship. That is a dependency that runs in both directions, regardless of how Burns conducts himself within it. On the principal and the pauper, what the vote actually revealed, the episode's critical scene, in which Springfield votes to maintain the lie about Armin Tamzarian's identity and legally prohibit acknowledgement of the truth, is frequently cited as evidence of lazy or nihilistic writing that didn't care about narrative consistency. But the theory that reads this episode as the show's most honest moment about Springfield has a point worth dwelling on. The vote is not just a joke about narrative convenience. The vote is the show depicting exactly how its world works at the level of social infrastructure. Springfield does not forget catastrophes because of cognitive damage or narrative reset buttons alone. Springfield forgets catastrophes because it chooses to forget them, and that choice is expressed through collective social action. Every instance of Springfield returning to normal after a world altering event is, in this framework, a vote, not a formal one, usually, not one accompanied by a judge issuing a decree and a war hero being tied to a railroad car. Usually just the silent vote of everyone in town deciding without discussion that the previous catastrophe is not going to be what this episode is about. The reason the principal and the pauper episode attracted such intense criticism is that it made the usually silent vote audible. It forced the camera to stay on the mechanisms of forgetting long enough to see how it actually works. And what it revealed was that Springfield's amnesia is not passive. It is active. It requires participation. It requires the agreement of the community to accept and enforce the official version of events. The real Seymour Skinner was a man who showed up with proof that the comfortable story was false. Springfield's response was not to engage with his evidence, it was to physically remove him. The judge's decree that it was illegal to mention the truth is, in this reading, not an absurdist joke, but an accurate description of what communities do to people who insist on uncomfortable facts. They don't usually tie them to railroad cars literally, but they exile them socially, professionally, relationally, until the truth teller either leaves or stops saying the true thing. Springfield just did it more efficiently than most places, with judicial backing and theatrical staging, which is why the episode felt wrong to so many viewers. It didn't do anything the show hadn't been depicting all along. It just stopped being polite about it. On Maggie, the question of the eventual revelation. The theory about Maggie's hidden intelligence invariably reaches the question of what she intends to do with it. The show has not answered this question. Several flash forward episodes have depicted Maggie as an adult, and what those depictions have in common is the suggestion of someone significant, someone who became more than the baby on the couch, someone whose silence was preparation for something that mattered. But the show has declined to commit to any specific version of that future. Every flash forward is hedged as possibility rather than destiny. The future the show depicts for Maggie is always conditional, always dependent on choices not yet made, always positioned as one of several possible Maggies rather than the definitive one. The theory reads this not as the show's failure to commit, but as the show's most accurate reflection of Maggie's reality. She has not committed either. She has been observing. She has been accumulating. She has been waiting for conditions to be right for whatever she intends to do. And conditions in Springfield, as we have extensively established, are not structured to be right for anything that challenges the existing order. Maggie's eventual act, if the theory is correct, will not be a gradual emergence. It will not be the quiet accumulation of small revelations until the family realizes over time how extraordinary she is. It will be something sudden and complete, a transition from invisible to unmistakable, and it will happen exactly when she has determined the time is right and not a moment before. What that act is, the theory does not claim to know, but it suggests that 36 years of silence from someone with that level of intelligence is not the absence of intention. It is the most patient kind of intention there is. On Springfield's geography, the state that doesn't exist the show has, on multiple occasions, depicted or referenced a state abbreviation for Springfield state that does not correspond to any real American state, NT. In the American state abbreviation system, NT is not assigned. It does not correspond to North Texas, which is not a state, Northern Territory, which is Australian, or any other American jurisdiction. Several readings of this have been proposed. The simplest is that NT is a deliberate nonsense abbreviation chosen specifically to be unresolvable to signal that Springfield State is not meant to be identified. This is consistent with the show's general approach to the location question. The mutation theory offers a different reading. NT, not there. A state that doesn't exist in any registry because it has been officially excised from the record. The implication being that Springfield's state was at some point removed from the official map, perhaps as an administrative consequence of the federal government's determination that the town represents an environmental hazard. A town so contaminated that it was sealed under a dome might also be a town so contaminated that it has been administratively quarantined, its state designation stripped, its records sealed, its physical location officially classified. This sounds extreme, But the show depicts the EPA sealing Springfield under a physical dome with the full authority of the federal government. If the government can put a dome over a town, it can presumably also remove that town from administrative records if doing so serves some regulatory purpose. The geographic mystery, the NT abbreviation, and the dome, read together under the mutation theory's framework, suggests Springfield as a jurisdiction that has been formally removed from normal regulatory existence. A town in a state that doesn't exist, sealed under a dome, its records contradictory across decades of broadcast. This is not a series of coincidences. Now, this is what you'd expect the documentation trail to look like if a town had been administratively quarantined by a government that didn't want to publicly acknowledge the reason for the quarantine. On the floating timeline, the characters who know one dimension of the floating timeline that the closed system theory finds particularly interesting is the question of whether any Springfield residents are aware of it. Most characters proceed through the show's universe without any apparent awareness that time is behaving unusually. They celebrate birthdays that don't result in aging. They experience seasonal changes that don't accumulate into years. They participate in current events that have no relationship to the events they experienced in previous seasons. But certain characters seem to occasionally brush against an awareness that something is wrong with the town's temporality. Burns's awareness of his own improbable age is the most explicit example. He knows he has lived far longer than he should have. His medical treatment is in part a response to this awareness. He knows his survival is artificial. Mr. Burns is, in this reading, the character most awake to the town's impossibility. He experiences it most directly, in his own body, every week. He is sustained by a system that exists specifically to override the normal consequences of time's passage. And he is the only character who has clearly constructed his life around that knowledge, rather than simply living within it unconsciously. The mutation theory suggests that this awareness is itself a function of his resource. Everyone else in Springfield is too cognitively compromised to recognize the temporal anomaly or too economically dependent on the system to acknowledge it if they do recognize it, or too embedded in the collective social agreement that keeps the anomaly from being named. Burns, who has the cognitive function to notice and the resources to survive what he notices, is the only resident who has fully metabolized the reality of Springfield's situation. And his response has not been to address it or remedy it. His response has been to use it, to orient his entire existence around maintaining the conditions that allow him to continue within the system that he has, more than anyone, constructed. The closed loop serves Burns more than it serves anyone else in Springfield because Burns is the only one who knows it is a loop. On the predictions, the episodes nobody shares. The confirmation bias dimension of the predictions phenomenon deserves extended attention because it is arguably the most important part of understanding why the predictions feel so significant. The show has made thousands of satirical observations about American culture, technology, and politics over its run. A small fraction of those observations have been retrospectively matched to real world events. That fraction is the only fraction anyone discusses. The far larger set of observations that didn't match anything, that pointed at futures that didn't arrive, that extrapolated trends that reversed or simply didn't materialize, this set is essentially invisible in the predictions discourse. The show predicted that the world would have hover cars and personal jetpacks and moon colonies and a dozen other technological developments that have not occurred. The show has depicted political scenarios that went entirely differently. The show has satirized social trends that peaked and faded without the dramatic materialization the satire anticipated. None of these failed predictions get shared. None of them become memes. The information ecosystem around predictions only selects for the hits. What this means practically is that the cultural perception of The Simpsons as a predictive entity is constructed from a systematically biased sample. We are not seeing the show's actual predictive record. We are seeing the portion of that record that confirmation bias has filtered for and amplified. This does not mean the predictions are meaningless. A genuinely sophisticated, satirical enterprise, staffed by highly educated observers of culture, Running for 36 years and producing an enormous volume of content will generate a meaningful number of predictions that turn out to be correct. That's probability at work combined with the extrapolative intelligence of skilled writers. But the theory that The Simpsons is specifically and unusually predictive, beyond what probability and skill would generate, is not supported by an honest accounting of the full record. It is supported by a record that has been unconsciously curated to include only the successes. The predictions feel profound because we have unconsciously edited out the evidence that would reduce that profundity, which is, as the collective denial theory would point out, exactly how Springfield's residents have always related to the evidence around them. They see what confirms what they want to see. They edit out the rest. They maintain the comfortable version of the story. We have done the same thing with the predictions. We have been very Springfield about the whole thing. On the final theory, what Burnhouse actually knows. The closed system theory has a corollary that none of the individual theories quite reaches alone, but that becomes visible when you hold them all together. Burns knows, not just about the radiation, not just about his own medical situation. Burns knows, or has, across the decades of his extraordinary life, pieced together enough of the picture to understand it, that Springfield is a closed system, that the loop is real, that the mechanisms that maintain it are real. He knows because he is the one most responsible for the mechanisms. He built the plant that produces the contamination. He maintained the employment arrangement that keeps Homer in Sector 7G. He pursued Mona Simpson for decades. He struck the deal with Grandpa. He has been, for his entire Springfield presence, the most active and intentional force maintaining the conditions that keep the loop running. And the show's most disturbing implication, the one that the closed system theory reaches at its outermost edge, is that Burns has maintained these conditions not merely for economic benefit, but because he understands at some level what the closed loop actually is. He understands that a town where no one ages, no one accumulates permanent consequences, no one breaks free. A town that resets and resets and resets is a town that can sustain his operations indefinitely. A world without time for someone who has been fighting time for over a century is a world of perfect stability. A world where Homer is always at his post, where the violations never accumulate to a regulatory breaking point, where the population never quite achieves the sustained critical thinking necessary to challenge him. This is Burns's ideal operational environment. Springfield doesn't exist for its residents. Springfield exists for Burns. The residents are the medium through which the loop is maintained. The family, the school, the church, the pub, the baseball team, the town meetings. All of it is the texture that keeps the medium stable. Burns is the one who benefits from that stability without being a meaningful part of it. He glows green in the dark. He shuffles through the woods after his treatments, emanating light that everyone mistakes for alien origins. He is, in the physical sense, the most visible evidence of what Springfield has become. The man who built the system, sustained by its product, wandering through his own contaminated landscape like a ghost. Not quite dead, not quite alive. Kept in service by the weekly intervention that no one else in Springfield has access to. Burns is what Springfield makes of its most powerful resident, and Springfield is what Burns has made of his investment. The loop runs because both of them need it to. Final reflection. The couch gag. Every episode of The Simpsons begins with the same structure. The opening credits, the family members going their separate ways through their separate days, and then the rush home, all of them converging from their different corners of Springfield, arriving at the couch at the same time, sitting down, looking at the television. The couch gag, in which the final moment of that convergence produces something unexpected, comic, strange, or sometimes quietly beautiful, is the most seen repeated sequence in the history of American television. Hundreds of variations, every single one reaching the same destination, the family on the couch together. This is where the closed system theory finds its most human expression. Not in Burns's schemes or Homer's coma or the radiation in the water, in the couch, in the ritual of arrival. All the theories are attempts to explain why Springfield is impossible. But the couch gag explains, in 7 seconds of animation, why the impossible thing is worth the attempt. Because the family keeps coming home. regardless of what the day was like, regardless of what catastrophe has been narrowly avoided, regardless of what the next episode will require of them. They come home, they sit down, they are together. That is what we are watching when we watch The Simpsons. Not a conspiracy, not a coma dream, not a contamination zone. We are watching a family that keeps coming home to each other. The loop runs because they love each other. Because we love them. Because the couch is still there and the family is still arriving and the television is still on. And for 22 minutes, the world where Homer always finds his way back and Marge always waits and the kids are always young enough to still be home. That world exists. The loop is ours. We built it with our attention and our love and our refusal to let this things end before we're ready to let it end. And we're not ready yet. Sleep well, Springfield. Bonus section 1. The theories why Springfield produces more fan analysis than any other show and what that says about both. There is a phenomenon worth examining in its own right, sitting underneath all the specific theories we've discussed throughout this video. A meta question about why The Simpsons specifically, out of all the long-running television shows in American history, has produced this particular density of fan analysis. Why this show generates theories at the volume and depth that it does. Why the culture of Simpsons fan theory is different in kind, not just in scale, from the fan theory cultures that have grown up around other beloved properties. This is worth taking time on because the answer tells you something real about what the show is doing that most television has never attempted. The obvious answer is duration. The Simpsons has been running for 36 years, and more time means more episodes, which means more material to analyze, which means more theories. This is true but insufficient. There are other long running shows whose fan communities, while devoted, have not generated anything like the sustained analytical culture that surrounds The Simpsons. Duration is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient one. The second answer is cultural ubiquity. The Simpsons reached an unusual degree of cultural penetration during its peak years, in a way that made it genuinely common cultural currency across demographic. People who didn't watch it still knew the references. This broad cultural presence created a large potential community of people who had a stake in the show and a shared vocabulary for discussing it. Also true and also insufficient on its own. The more interesting answer is structural. The Simpsons was built, from its earliest seasons, with a layer of density beneath its surface that rewards close attention. The show, particularly in its first 8 or 9 seasons, was constructed at multiple registers simultaneously. There was the immediate comedic surface that was accessible and funny on first viewing. There was a layer of specific cultural and literary references that rewarded viewers who caught them, but didn't penalize viewers who didn't. And there was a deeper layer of genuine emotional and psychological substance that the comedy both covered and delivered simultaneously. A show built this way creates a specific relationship with its audience. The viewers who are paying the most attention are being given slightly more than the viewers who are paying less. There is a reward structure built into the viewing experience that encourages closer watching. And watching over time produces the habit of attention that eventually becomes theory generation. When you're accustomed to finding meaning in the details of a show, you keep looking for meaning in the details. When the show rewards your attention often enough, you start applying that attention to the parts of it that feel like they might be hiding something. The Simpsons trained its most devoted viewers to look for the thing underneath the thing. And those viewers, having developed that habit over years of rewarded attention, eventually started looking for the thing underneath the thing in the show's structure itself. Not just in individual episodes, but in the patterns across episodes, the continuities and discontinuities, the features of the show's world that are consistent across decades without ever being explained. That's where the theories come from. They come from an audience that was taught by the show itself how to watch it, and then applied that watching to the questions the show never answered directly. There is also something worth noting about the specific quality of the questions The Simpsons leaves open. Most television shows that leave narrative questions open do so by omission. They simply don't address something and the absence is noted by attentive viewers, and fan speculation fills the gap. The Simpsons does something different. It presents information, often detailed and specific information, and then does not follow through on the implications of that information. It gives you the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the 342 safety violations and Homer's documented IQ and the skeletons in the basement of the plant. And then it moves on to the next scene. It gives you the building blocks of a theory without constructing the theory itself. This is different from simple omission because it's active. The show is not failing to address these things. It is including them and then not addressing them. The difference matters because inclusion without follow through signals to an attentive audience that the follow through is the viewer's job. The show is providing the evidence and inviting you to do the analysis. Whether this is entirely intentional on the writer's part is an interesting question. Some of it surely is. The show has always been made by people who take it seriously as a creative enterprise and who understand that they are building something with layers. But some of it is also the natural accumulation of a long running show's internal history. Over 36 seasons, enough has been established that the connections between things start to become visible, even if no individual episode was designed to make those connections. The show's aggregate content has a structure that its individual episodes were not necessarily written to produce. The theories are, in part, the audience doing the work of finding the structure in the aggregate, drawing the lines between the dots that the show placed, one episode at a time, without always having a master plan for where those lines would go. And the reason this makes The Simpsons uniquely fertile for fan theory, rather than just being a feature of any long running show with accumulated internal history, is that the show's accumulation is unusually coherent. The Springfield that exists across 780 episodes has a consistency of internal logic, a reliability of established facts and character behavior and world rules that makes pattern finding productive rather than arbitrary. When you find a pattern in The Simpsons, you can check it against what the show has established and find that it holds. The theories work because the show built something solid enough to theorize about. That's the meta answer. The Simpsons produces more fan analysis than any other show because it built a world coherent enough to support analysis, trained its audience to look for the layers beneath the surface, and left specific kinds of unanswered questions that invite exactly the kind of close attention that produces theories. The show created the culture of its own fandom, deliberately or otherwise, and that fandom, having been created, has been returning the attention the show gave it for 36 years. Bonus section 2. The minor characters and what they carry Hans Moleman, Sideshow Bob, and the secondary theories that refuse to stay minor. No survey of Simpsons theories is complete without at least touching the secondary characters because some of them carry theories that are in their own way as structurally interesting as the theories about the main family. Two in particular deserve examination. Hans Moleman first. If you've watched The Simpsons for any significant length of time, you know Hans Moleman. He is the tiny, deeply elderly, nearly blind man who appears in the background of Springfield's scenes and exists, in the show's internal logic, primarily as a vessel for suffering. He is hit by cars, he is crushed by falling objects, he is buried alive in various configurations. He falls into sinkholes, he is struck by lightning, he is incinerated, he walks into traffic with the resigned quality of someone who has accepted that the universe has it in for him specifically. He is, by any conservative estimate, the most frequently killed character in the history of American animation. And he keeps coming back, not within the logic of resurrection or some in universe explanation for survival. He simply appears in subsequent episodes, fully intact, ready to sustain the next incident, with no acknowledgement from any character that the previous death happened. The standard reading is gag logic. Molman dying is a running joke. The fact that he keeps coming back is part of the joke. You're not supposed to think about it too hard. This is an entirely reasonable reading of a recurring background gag in an animated comedy. The theories read it differently, and the readings are diverse enough to be worth presenting in full. The radiation theories version is interesting. If Burns's plant has produced biological mutations in Springfield's residents, and if those mutations include Homer's unusual physical resilience, then Molman may represent a further extreme of the same process. A man whose biology has been so thoroughly altered by decades of Springfield's contaminated environment that his body has achieved something like biological reconstitution. He does not survive his deaths in the way Homer survives injuries. Homer takes damage and heals. Molman actually dies, in full cartoon terms, and then is simply present again. The mutation theory's version of Molman is a man whose cellular structure has been so fundamentally changed by radiation that death itself has become a temporary condition for him. His body resets. He comes back. The radiation that damaged every other resident has, in Molman's specific case, produced something that looks from the outside like immortality. The coma theory's version is more unsettling in a quieter way. In Homer's dream, Molman is a background character. He is not one of the people Homer specifically loves and therefore maintains with care and detail. He is texture. He is filler. He is one of the dozens of incidental figures that Homer's dreaming mind needs to populate Springfield with in order for the dream world to feel inhabited. Background characters in dreams don't have continuous existence between the scenes where they appear. They are generated when the scene requires them and are not maintained in the intervals. Molman keeps dying because Homer's dreaming mind sometimes lets him lapse and keeps coming back because the next scene that requires him simply generates him fresh, without continuity, without memory of the previous generation. In this reading, Molman isn't a person. He is a recurring dream element. He dies between episodes the way all minor dream characters dissolve when they're not actively being dreamed, and he reconstitutes when the dreaming mind needs something in his space. The collective denial theory's version of Molman is perhaps the most socially resonant. A man dies in public, visibly, repeatedly, in front of witnesses, and nobody in Springfield investigates. Nobody asks why he keeps coming back. Nobody forms a committee, or calls a medical authority, or even privately remarks on the strangeness of the situation. The town has agreed not to notice. The same social machinery that allows Springfield to forget catastrophes, to exile truth tellers, to maintain convenient fictions over accurate ones. That machinery has been applied to Molman's repeated deaths. Noticing would require questioning. Questioning would open doors. The doors are better closed. Molman once told someone his age was 31 years old. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s by any visual estimate. If he's telling the truth, and the show never establishes a reason for him to be lying, then something aged him catastrophically and prematurely. Something took a man who was in his early 30s, at the beginning of the period of life usually associated with energy and productivity, and compressed decades of biological aging into him in a way that left him visually ancient while still being, technically, a relatively young man, and then made him, simultaneously, nearly indestructible. Same cause. Opposite effects on different biological systems. Extreme accelerated aging combined with extreme resistance to fatal trauma. Molman is, under the mutation theory, the most dramatic case in Springfield. He is what happens when the contamination has been working on a person for long enough that the usual limits of biological damage no longer apply. He is Springfield's most honest representative. The town's radiation made visible in the body of one small, very old 31-year-old man who cannot stay dead. Now, Sideshow Bob, Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., to use his full canonical name, former sidekick, former clown, brilliant, Shakespearean, operatically theatrical in his villainy, and utterly incapable of completing his most sustained goal, the murder of Bart Simpson. The Sideshow Bob theory isn't about what he is. It's about what he represents within the show's structure and why the show's most intelligent recurring villain has been unable to accomplish the one thing he has dedicated decades of his life to achieving. Bob has, across his many appearances in the show, come extraordinarily close to killing Bart on multiple occasions. His plans are elaborate and carefully constructed. His intelligence is, within the show's universe, genuinely exceptional. He is cultured where Springfield is provincial, educated where Springfield is parochial, capable of sustained, sophisticated planning where Springfield's Other residents generally struggle to maintain a thought through a commercial break. He is, by any objective measure of intelligence and capability, the most dangerous person to ever focus their attention on a member of the Simpson family. And he always fails. The failures are variously comic in their mechanism, the rakes being the most famous, but the pattern is comprehensive. Bob cannot kill Bart. He has tried across dozens of episodes and failed every single time. The theory asks, why does the show's most capable villain consistently fail at the one thing he's trying to do? And proposes an answer that is more interesting than simple narrative necessity. Bob fails because the system fails him, not because he isn't smart enough, not because his plans aren't good enough, because the universe of Springfield, whether we call it the coma dream, or the radiation's effect on probability, or the closed system's mandate to maintain the status quo, does not allow the main characters to be permanently altered. Bob is operating inside a closed loop, and the closed loop's fundamental rule is that the Simpson family returns to its baseline state at the end of every episode. Bob's plans, however intelligent, are plans to break a rule that the system will not permit to be broken. There is something genuinely poignant about this, if you follow it to its conclusion. Bob is the most intelligent person in the room in virtually every room he enters. His frustration at being consistently defeated by a child and a system that seems to operate against him specifically is the frustration of genuine capability meeting an obstacle that intelligence cannot solve. You can't think your way out of a closed system from inside it. The system absorbs your plans and resets around them. Bob knows this at some level. The show has given him moments of what looks like genuine despair, not just theatrical frustration. Moments where the villain's mask slips and something sadder shows through. He wanted a different life. He has enough self awareness to understand that the life he chose, organized entirely around the destruction of a 10-year-old boy, is not an adequate life. He is too intelligent to find this satisfying and too committed to the project to abandon it. And the show, to its credit, has in certain episodes given Bob the space to be something other than a villain, has shown him capable of the kinds of ordinary human experience love, family, the desire for recognition beyond his crimes that make him something more than a cartoon antagonist, which makes his situation the permanent entrapment in a loop of failed plans and thwarted ambitions, something that resonates differently than pure comedy. Bob cannot succeed because the show cannot allow him to succeed. But the show is honest enough about what that costs him that his failure reads as something more than a gag. It reads as the story of a man who is genuinely trapped, more explicitly trapped than most Springfield residents, because he is smart enough to see the walls and who keeps throwing himself against them anyway because stopping would mean accepting that the walls win. That's Sideshow Bob, the most self aware prisoner in the closed system. The one who sees the loop most clearly and is most completely unable to do anything about it. Bonus, section 3. That's the Marge's story, and the theory of the show has been avoiding the most underexamined character in Springfield. And what she knows, we have spent a great deal of time in this video talking about Homer, about his coma, his cognitive damage, his mother, his professional captivity, his impossible physical resilience, his relationship with the man who destroyed his family. Homer is the show's center of gravity, and most of the theories orbit him. But there is a theory about Marge Simpson that the show's analytical community has historically underexamined, possibly because it requires sitting with something uncomfortable about the show's most consistently sympathetic character. The theory is simply this: Marge knows more than she lets on. Not everything, not the full architecture of Burns's manipulation of Homer's life, or the specific details of the radiation contamination, or the particulars of the coma theory. But Marge Simpson is, across the entire run of the show, a woman of a significant intelligence and emotional acuity who has chosen to live inside a fiction, who sees the outline of the truth and has made a deliberate, considered decision to maintain the performance of not seeing it. Consider what Marge actually observes on a daily basis. If you take the show's canonical content seriously rather than filtering it through the comedy lens, she lives with a man who has sustained injuries throughout their marriage that should have produced permanent disabilities and has recovered from all of them completely. She has watched Homer fall from heights that should be lethal and walk away. She has watched him absorb physical damage that any realistic account of human biology would classify as life altering at minimum. And she has processed all of this, each time within the emotional register of mild relief and immediate return to ordinary domestic concern. She doesn't investigate why her husband's body operates this way. She doesn't find it strange enough to bring up with a doctor. She accepts it as part of the texture of her life. She has watched her children, all three of them, grow up in a town where the environmental situation is increasingly impossible to ignore, and she has never once sustained a serious conversations about whether Springfield is the right place to raise a family. She briefly worked at the nuclear plant herself. She has direct personal experience of the facility, and she continues to serve food from the tap water, continues to let her children play outside, continues to inhabit Springfield as though the three-eyed fish in the nearby river is a curiosity rather than a warning. She watched her husband learn that his employer is the man who destroyed his family, and she watched him go back to work, and she did not insist on a conversation about what that meant. She manages Homer's periodic encounters with catastrophic information about his mother, about his own cognitive damage, about the various ways in which the life he leads is built on a foundation that someone else constructed for purposes that were not Homer's benefit, and she smooths them over. She restores equilibrium. She maintains the household's ability to function by not allowing any single piece of information to destabilize it. This could be read as simple emotional practicality. Marge is the functional center of the Simpson household. She maintains it because maintaining it is what allows the family to survive. She doesn't investigate Homer's impossible resilience because investigating it would not improve their situation. She doesn't sustain the conversation about Burns because sustaining it would require Homer to either quit the only job he has or hold a rage he's not equipped to hold, and neither of those outcomes serves the family. But the theory reads it differently. The theory suggests that Marge's management of information is not purely passive or instinctive. It is active. Marge understands more of what is happening around her than she shows. She processes more than she expresses. And she has concluded, through a process of real adult reasoning about the situation her family is in, that the truth in full is not useful to them, that the cost of seeing clearly exceeds the benefit in their specific circumstances, that the family functions better inside the comfortable version of things than it would inside the accurate version. This makes Marge, under the theory, the single most conscious agent in the closed system. Burns maintains the loop through economic power and deliberate manipulation. Homer is inside the loop without knowing it's a loop. Marge is inside the loop, aware that it's a loop, and choosing to stay, not because she's trapped, because she has weighed the alternatives and decided that the loop for her family is survivable and the alternative might not be. The theory points to one of the most revealing sequences in the show's history, the episode in which Homer's crayon is removed. Homer becomes intelligent. He sees Springfield clearly. He becomes capable of exactly the kind of critical analysis that we spend this entire video performing. Seeing the patterns, understanding the architecture, recognizing what his life actually is. And he chooses to put the crayon back because clarity without the power to change anything is unbearable. Marge supported that choice. She watched Homer become someone who could see, and she supported his decision to stop seeing. This isn't presented as a failure of love. In the context of their lives, it may be the most loving thing she could have done. But it is also evidence of something. It's evidence that Marge had already concluded, before Homer's experiment with intelligence, that Springfield is not a place where seeing clearly makes things better. She had already made the choice that Homer made when he restored the crayon. She had just made it more quietly and without the dramatic narrative architecture. Marge Simpson has been managing the gap between what she knows and what she acknowledges for 36 years. She has been doing it for the family. She has been doing it at personal cost because the intelligence and emotional clarity that allow her to see the outline of the truth also means she lives in constant managed proximity to things she's chosen not to fully look at. And she does it with a patience that the show sometimes reads as simple goodness, but that is, under this theory, something more complicated. The patience of someone who has looked at all the available options and chosen this one deliberately. Who has decided that the couch and the family in the house on Evergreen Terrace, maintained by the collective decision not to see what's underneath it, is worth what it costs? That's Marge's theory. Quiet, central, and almost never discussed. The woman who holds the family together by holding herself together, doing it in full knowledge of what she's choosing not to examine, because the family is worth more to her than the truth. Bonus section 4. Lisa's future and the promise the show keeps breaking the flash forward episodes and what they reveal about the loop's deepest. Fear the Simpsons has, across its run, produced a small number of flash forward episodes that look at what Springfield's future might look like, what the characters might become when they finally hypothetically age. These episodes exist in a peculiar narrative status. They are canonical in the sense that they were produced and broadcast. They are non-canonical in the sense that the show treats them as possibilities rather than destiny, explicitly bracketing them as speculative futures rather than authoritative depictions of what will happen. The most famous of these is Lisa's wedding from season 6. It is 2010 in the episode's timeline. Lisa is 23 years old in England at a university that the show renders with a generically British institutional grandeur. She has met a man she plans to marry. She is, in every external sense, a successful adult woman who has become exactly what the intelligence and determination the earlier seasons established in her character suggested she might become. She is accomplished. She is principled. She has found connection. And she is achingly lonely in a way that the episode doesn't fully announce but threads through every scene. The loneliness of someone who has grown up and away from the world that made her, who exists in a context that values who she has become, but no longer has the specific, original, irreplaceable texture of the home she came from. The episode's emotional center is not the wedding, which ultimately doesn't happen. It's the conversation between Lisa and Homer near the episode's end, in which the father who has seemed, for the episode's duration, like the obstacle to her adulthood, turns out to be the thing she misses most about having been young. Homer, in this flash forward, is the same Homer, slightly older in presentation, but fundamentally unchanged. Still awkward with advanced technology, still embarrassing, still expressing love through a combination of chaos and genuine devotion that produces effects very different from what he intends. And Lisa, who has spent the episodes slightly ashamed of him in the way adult children sometimes are of their parents in formal contexts, finds at the episode's conclusion that she would choose the embarrassment and the chaos over the absence. The flash forward exists to show us something that the main timeline never allows: what it would cost the family to grow up. And what it reveals is that growing up for The Simpsons means separation, means the family dispersing into their individual futures, means the house on Evergreen Terrace becoming a place you come back to visit rather than a place you live, means Homer and Marge becoming parents in the background of their children's adult lives rather than the center of their world. The flash forward is beautiful, and the show knew what it was doing when it produced it. It was showing the audience the thing that the floating timeline permanently defers, the natural destination of the love the show depicts. And then it put Lisa back at 8 years old, Bart back at 10, and the destination remained deferred. The theory about the flash forward episodes is that they reveal what the closed system is protecting against. The system's deepest function is not to maintain Burns's economic interests or to preserve the conditions of the radiation contamination or even to keep Homer in his coma. Its deepest function is to prevent the thing that Lisa's wedding showed us, to prevent the natural consequence of time, which is separation, the dispersal of the family into their individual lives, the house becoming quiet, the couch sitting empty in the evenings. The loop is maintained because ending the loop means confronting what comes after the family is complete. And what comes after is that they grow up and they love each other from a distance and they return sometimes and then they leave again. And eventually, Homer and Marge are two old people in a house that used to be full, and the kids are somewhere else, building their own versions of this thing they were part of. The flash forward episodes let you see that, and then they take it away. They say, not yet, not yet. The show isn't ready to go there. Homer's dreaming brain isn't ready. The audience isn't ready. Put Lisa back where she was. Let Bart stay 10 for a little longer. The floating timeline is protecting the family from having to grow up. But what Lisa's wedding proves is that growing up, when it finally happens, is not a loss. It is the completion of the thing the show has been building. The love that goes on after the growing up is a different love from the love during it, but it is still love, and it is still the family. The show knows this. It showed you in season 6, and then it continued for 30 more seasons without ever quite going back there, because going there would mean accepting that the time for it has come, and that is perhaps the one thing the system cannot allow. The loop keeps running. Bart stays 10, Lisa stays 8, and the destination that Lisa's wedding showed us stays visible just beyond the edge of the current episode. Always there, always deferred. A future the show can imagine but cannot yet commit to. Bonus Section 5: The Treehouse of Horror and the Show's One Honest Space. What the Halloween episodes actually are, and the theory that they tell the truth every October. The Simpsons produces a Treehouse of Horror special. These episodes, which have been part of the show's annual calendar since season 2, operate under different rules from the main timeline. Characters die and return. The supernatural is real rather than satirically framed. Physical laws are suspended with more completeness than the show's regular episodes permit. Consequences are possible in the treehouse of horror that the standard timeline refuses to allow. The standard reading of the Treehouse episodes is that they are horror comedy parody anthologies, disconnected from the main show's continuity, existing in their own space where the normal rules don't apply, and the fun is in the freedom from consequence. The theory about the Treehouse of Horror episodes is that they are the show's one genuinely honest space. The one space where, because consequence is officially suspended and the framing is explicitly non canonical, the show allows itself to tell certain truths that the main timeline has to keep managing. Consider what the Treehouse episodes consistently do that the main timeline consistently avoids. They let characters die, not in the recoverable way that Springfield deaths usually work, where someone who dies in a regular episode turns up in the background of the next scene. They let main characters die with weight. The death of a main character in a Treehouse of Horror segment has a different texture from the same character's functional invulnerability in the main timeline. It feels real. It feels like what death would actually cost. And then the episode ends, and the character is restored, and the main timeline continues. But the feeling lingers. The Treehouse of Horror has, across 30 plus installments, repeatedly demonstrated that the show knows what loss looks like. It knows what the death of a Simpson would actually mean emotionally to the other Simpsons and to the audience. It has shown you, it shows you every October, and then it puts everything back. The theory is that the Treehouse of Horror is not an escape from the show's emotional reality. It is the show's emotional reality expressed in the only framing that permits full expression. The main timeline cannot kill Homer permanently. The closed system, the coma, the collectively agreed upon reality of Springfield all prevent permanent loss. But the Treehouse of Horror, by explicitly declaring itself non canonical, creates a space where the show can say what it would actually feel like if things ended, if someone didn't come back. That space is the show being honest. The Treehouse episodes are where the loop permits itself to run out for 22 minutes once a year to show you what stopping would mean. And then the loop resumes, and the October episode is over. And Springfield is fine. But every year, in October, the show acknowledges it. The ending that it spends the rest of the year deferring. The loss that the floating timeline exists to prevent. The show faces it for one episode in the safety of the horror framing that lets you look at something while being told you're watching something fictional. The Treehouse of Horror is not a break from The Simpsons. It is The Simpsons at its most honest. The annual moment when the loop allows itself to be seen for what it is. And then the next week, the couch gag plays, and Bart is 10 again, and everything is fine. Everything is always fine in Springfield. Until October. Bonus Section 6. The question of whether Springfield can end, what termination would mean for the closed system, and why the show has been quietly building toward a conclusion for decades without ever arriving at one every story ends. Even the longest running stories end. The mechanisms vary: cancellation, creative exhaustion, the death of key participants, the simple running out of cultural momentum. But all of them eventually arrive at the same place: the last episode, the final couch gag, the credits over the last scene of the last show. The Simpsons will end. The question of when is genuinely open, but the question of whether is not. The show has been running for 36 years and will not run for 36 more. At some point, a final episode will be produced. A writer's room will convene for the last time and produce the last script. The animation will be completed on the last scene, and then the show will be over. What the closed system theory asks is whether an ending is actually possible for Springfield, whether the mechanisms that maintain the loop can be disengaged cleanly, whether the family can be allowed to grow up and move on in a final episode without that feeling like a violation of everything the show has been for 36 years. There are three possible endings for The Simpsons, and each of them is the show finally doing something it has been unable to do. Within the loop, the first possible ending is the aging ending. The family is allowed to grow. Bart becomes a teenager and then a young adult. Lisa moves away and becomes someone. Maggie finally speaks and reveals, in that speech, everything she has been keeping back. Homer and Marge grow old together in the house on Evergreen Terrace. The show ends with the family changed, having accumulated the time it has been refusing for 36 years. And the final image is Evergreen Terrace, quiet in the evening, the house still lit. This ending is true to the emotional core of the show. It completes the arc that Lisa's wedding began. It delivers the thing the floating timeline has been deferring, but it requires the show to become something genuinely different from what it has been. And it requires the audience to accept a Springfield that is no longer the Springfield they've known. The second possible ending is the revelation ending. Something in the loop breaks, the coma resolves. Homer wakes up or doesn't wake up, and the camera pulls back to the hospital room and we see what has actually been there all along. Or Burns' control of Springfield collapses and the contamination is addressed and Springfield becomes a different kind of town. Or Maggie speaks, and what she says contains everything she has been holding for 36 years, and the silence that follows her speech is the silence of a family finally understanding what they have been to each other. This ending is the dramatic ending. It resolves the theories by confirming them or denying them. It provides the satisfaction of closure at the cost of the ambiguity that has made the show so endlessly interesting to engage with. The third possible ending is the non-ending ending. The show stops. Not with a finale, not with a resolution, not with a deliberate creative statement about how Springfield concludes. It simply stops producing new episodes. The loop continues without a final frame. The family remains on the couch at the end of the last episode, no different from the couch at the end of any other episode. And the show ends not by resolving the loop, but by simply no longer running it. This is the ending most consistent with the closed system theory, because it is the ending in which the system was not ended. The loop still exists. It simply stopped being visited. Homer is still in the coma, still dreaming somewhere. The radiation is still in the water. Burns is still at his weekly treatment. Marge is still managing the gap between what she knows and what she acknowledges. And Maggie is still watching. Nothing ended. The show just stopped coming to look. The audience would still have Springfield after that ending, not as a broadcast continuation, but as a completed archive of 780 plus episodes, an accumulated Springfield that would be there whenever anyone wanted to return. The loop would still run in the minds of everyone who has ever loved the show. The family would still be on the couch every time someone pressed play. That might be the only ending that doesn't break the thing it's trying to conclude. The only ending that keeps the promise the floating timeline has been making since 1989. We'll still be here. Nothing essential has changed. When you come back, the lights will be on, and the family will be there, even after the last episode. Even after the show ends, the loop continues wherever it's been running all along. In the minds of everyone who needed Springfield to be real. In the memories of everyone who watched the opening theme and felt something they couldn't quite name. In the space between episodes, which is where Springfield has always actually lived. What 36 years of theories actually means there is something worth saying at the end of all of this that none of the theories quite say directly, but that all of them are circling. The Simpsons has generated this culture of analysis, this accumulation of theories and evidence and counter evidence and fan argument, not because it is perfect or because every episode is worthy of close attention or because the writers have been secretly encoding messages for decades that only the most devoted fans can find. It has generated this culture because it earned it. Because during its best years and in scattered moments throughout its long decline and partial recovery and continued operation, it produced something that was genuinely worth returning to, something that rewarded attention, something that had depth. And the theories, even the most elaborate and unhinged of them, even the ones that require accepting premises that the show would flatly deny if asked, are acts of love. Extended acts of love that happen to be dressed in the language of analysis. When someone builds a careful case that Homer Simpson has been in a coma since 1993, they are not primarily interested in exposing a flaw in the show's narrative or catching the writers in an inconsistency. They are spending extended time with something they love, looking at it from every angle, trying to understand what it is made of and why it has meant what it has meant to them. That's what theories are. They are the forms that sustained affection takes when the person experiencing the affection has the habit of looking carefully at things. They are what happens when love has a long enough duration and sufficient attention that it begins to understand its own object. Every theory in this video is a different person's version of saying, I have been watching this show for a long time, and I have paid attention, and this is what I found when I paid attention. This is what the show looks like from where I'm standing. This is what I noticed when I stopped just watching and started looking. And the accumulated total of all these theories taken together is a portrait of The Simpsons that no single episode and no official commentary has ever produced. A portrait built from the intersection of 36 years of content and 36 years of devoted attention, finding patterns in the accumulation that the accumulation didn't necessarily plan. That portrait shows a show that is, underneath everything, about love, about a family that keeps finding its way back to each other through circumstances that should prevent that from being possible, about the specific, undervalued, underexamined kind of courage it takes to stay in a life, to maintain a family, to keep coming home to a couch in a house in a town that has never been perfect and has sometimes been actively hostile to its residents' well being and has nonetheless been home. The home that Homer's dreaming mind can't let go of. The home that Marge maintains through the conscious choice to sustain the fiction that maintains it. The home that Tisa will return to in a future the show keeps almost showing and then pulling back. The home that Maggie has been watching and protecting in her silence. 780 episodes, 36 years. More theories than any show in television history has produced. And at the center of all of them, the same couch, the same family, the same Sunday night arrival. Still there, still the same, still home. That's Springfield. That's the whole theory if you reduce it to its essential element. A family that keeps coming home. Everything else is commentary. Sleep well. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If you're still awake at this point, you've earned something. Subscribe if you want more nights like this one and drop a comment with the theory that's staying with you, or just with where you are and what the hour looks like there. End of script. Total word count 4,200 plus extended deep dive. The complete case for the Homer coma theory, every piece of evidence assembled in full, because the coma theory is the most discussed and most debated theory in this entire video. It deserves more than a single section. It deserves a complete inventory of everything the show has ever put on screen that the theory can use. Everything that, taken together, makes the case not as an interesting speculation, but as a genuinely coherent interpretive framework. Start with the premise. Homer Simpson entered a coma in April 1993. He was resuscitated. The show depicted him waking up. The show also explicitly stated that, during the coma, he lost 5% of his brain function permanently. These are both canonical facts. The show told you both of them in the same episode. The theory asks you to hold both of them simultaneously and consider what it would mean if the second one was more significant than the first. What what does 5% of brain function gone permanently actually mean in clinical terms? The show frames it as a punchline. Homer laughs even though he says he doesn't understand why. The family finds it charming. But 5% of human brain function is not a trivial amount. The human brain is not uniformly redundant. Damage to specific regions produces specific deficits. 5% in the wrong place could mean the loss of capacity for certain kinds of reality testing, for the maintenance of the boundary between dreaming and waking, for the full return to conscious awareness after a period of unconsciousness. The show presented Homer as waking up. The theory notes that the show has previously depicted dream sequences and fantasy sequences and internal monologue sequences, and the framing devices the show uses to mark these as non-real have historically been fairly clear. Wavy line transitions, dramatic musical cues, explicit verbal acknowledgement that a dream sequence is happening. The end of the coma episode uses none of these devices. Homer appears to wake up in a way that is structurally identical to how any episode would depict a character waking up. There is no transition. There is no marker, which means there's no way, from the text of the episode itself, to know whether the waking is real or whether it's the dream's representation of waking. A man who is dreaming about waking up would experience that dream as indistinguishable from actual waking. The dream's depiction of his hospital room would feel like the actual hospital room. The dream's version of Bart crying at his bedside would feel like the actual Bart. The only thing that could distinguish the dream from reality would be evidence from outside the dream, evidence that something impossible is happening, something that could not happen in the waking world. And then the show spent 32 more seasons providing exactly that kind of evidence in essentially every episode. Homer goes to space. Homer joins a secret society so elite that its members include every powerful man in American history. Homer discovers his mother has been a fugitive for the entirety of his adult life, that she fought against a biological weapons program, that the man who employs him is the man who destroyed his family. And then he goes back to work and apparently does not hold this information in his mind long enough to do anything with it. Homer befriends presidents, travels to dozens of countries, holds hundreds of different jobs without any of them leaving lasting consequences, survives physical events that should produce permanent disability and instead produce nothing. The theory catalogs each of these and asks which of these could have happened to a man lying in a hospital bed. And the answer, from the perspective of the coma theory, is all of them. All of them are exactly the kind of thing a deeply dreaming mind would generate. The escalating implausibility, the increasing disconnection from the physical constraints of the waking world, the way the adventures get progressively larger and more detached from the domestic reality that grounded the show's early seasons, all of this is consistent with a dream that has been running for longer and longer without new real world input to constrain its generation. There are specific episodes that the coma theory finds most useful as evidence. Lisa the Boy Scout. The season 34 episode that contained the deliberately planted, fake deleted scene of Homer waking from a coma is one. The show produced a scene in which Homer's entire post season 4 experience is revealed to be a dream, showed it to the audience, and then declared it a hoax planted by fictional hackers within the episode's narrative. The show denied the theory by enacting it. It showed you exactly what the theory proposes would happen and then said it wasn't real. The coma theory's response to this is consistent. Of course, the show says it isn't real. The dream doesn't acknowledge itself as a dream. If Homer's dreaming mind were to generate an episode in which the premise of the coma theory was confirmed, in which Homer woke up and the dream was revealed, that confirmation itself would be part of the dream. The dream can depict its own revelation without the revelation being real. The show giving Homer a scene in which he wakes from a coma is the dream generating the experience of waking, which is not the same as actually waking. This is admittedly an unfalsifiable position. If anything the show produces can be incorporated into the theory as dream content, then there is no possible evidence that could disprove the theory. The theory acknowledges this. It is not claiming to be empirically verifiable. It is claiming to be interpretively consistent, which is a different standard. The question is not whether the theory is provable, but whether it makes the show more coherent, and the theory argues that it does. The tonal shift is the most important piece of evidence, and it's worth spending extended time with it because it's the one that even people who don't know the coma theory have noticed and found puzzling. Early Simpsons is grounded. The problems the characters face are human scale problems. Homer's worries about money. Marge worries about her marriage. Bart worries about school. Lisa worries about her place in a world that doesn't know what to do with her. These are recognizable emotional territories. People watching the early seasons see their own lives refracted through the cartoon medium and find recognition there. Late Simpsons is unmoored. The problems are vast, the stakes are global, the adventures are improbable at a level that the early seasons never approached. The show can go anywhere and do anything because it no longer has the constraint of domestic reality holding it to recognizable human scale. The world of the show has become a stage for an essentially unlimited number of possible scenarios, none of which leave lasting traces and all of which resolve by the end of the episode. This shift is exactly what you would expect from the coma theory. The early seasons are close to the source material of Homer's actual memories. The domestic reality of the first four seasons is the domestic reality Homer lived. His dreaming mind is running close to the documented record of his actual life and producing stories that feel grounded because they are grounded in his real experience. As the coma extends, as the source material of real experience becomes more distant, the dream has to generate more. It extrapolates, it expands, it produces increasingly elaborate scenarios because the constraint of fidelity to actual memory has loosened. The celebrity flood discussed earlier in this video is another piece of evidence worth extending. The Simpsons, in its early seasons, had a relatively restrained approach to celebrity appearances. The guests who appeared were integrated into the narrative in ways that served the story. Their presence felt motivated rather than arbitrary. Beginning somewhere in the middle seasons and becoming increasingly dominant in the later seasons, the show's approach to celebrity guests became almost indiscriminate. A massive roster of famous names appeared in Springfield, often in brief appearances that served no particular narrative purpose beyond the fact of the appearance itself. Celebrities became a feature of the Springfield landscape in a way they hadn't been when the show was grounded in domestic reality. The coma theory reads this as the dreaming mind processing ambient input. Homer's brain in the hospital is surrounded by the sounds of a contemporary world that continues to exist outside his unconsciousness. Televisions, radios, conversations, the cultural noise of a society that is continuously producing celebrity names and famous faces and references to public figures. His dreaming mind incorporates these stimuli into the dream. The celebrities who appear in Springfield are the ambient sounds of the outside world translated into dream figures by a brain that has been integrating external input into its ongoing simulation for years. The later season's celebrity saturation is therefore evidence of how long the simulation has been running and how much external input has accumulated in its source material. A coma patient's dreaming mind in 1993 would have a relatively limited store of famous names to draw from. A coma patient's dreaming mind in 2025 would have absorbed 32 years of cultural ambient noise. The dream would be thick with famous people because the source material for famous people has been continuously accumulating for 32 years. There is also the question of how the coma theory handles the show's increasingly incoherent relationship with its own continuity. In the early seasons, established facts about the characters' histories were maintained with reasonable consistency. Homer and Marge's backstory cohered. The Simpson family's relationships and histories were stable enough that callbacks to earlier episodes worked. The show had a functional memory. Why this? In the later seasons, the show's relationship with its own continuity became significantly more relaxed. Stories that contradicted established facts appeared without acknowledgement of the contradiction. Characters' histories were revised or simply ignored in ways that the show didn't attempt to explain. The floating timeline's distortions became more pronounced. The coma theory reads this as memory degradation. Homer's dreaming brain is not perfectly preserving all its source material. It is forgetting things. It is revising things. It is generating new content that doesn't perfectly match previously generated content because the generating process is not fully reliable anymore. The continuity errors are not production mistakes. They are the natural result of a dreaming mind that has been running for 30 plus years, losing fidelity to its original material as that material degrades in storage. This explains something that has frustrated Simpsons fans for decades: why the show used to remember its own history and now often doesn't. The theory's answer: because the memory it's drawing from has been degenerating since April 1993. The show's relationship with its own continuity is a map of Homer's brain's relationship with its accumulated experience. The continuity is intact, where the memories are fresh, and unreliable, where the memories have degraded. And then there is the question of the specific character of Homer's dream. If the coma theory is true, the dream Homer generates is not random. It is shaped by his unconscious desires, his fears, his loves, his losses. The specific contours of the dream tell you something about what Homer wants and what he's afraid of. What does Homer want? The dream gives him adventures. It gives him significance. It gives him the experience of being, in various episodes, the most important person in the room, befriending the most powerful people, traveling to the most impressive places, being at the center of events that matter at a scale well beyond the domestic. Homer, in his waking life, was a minor figure in a minor town, defined primarily by his inadequacy at his job and his ordinariness in every other dimension. The dream gives him a life of enormous range and frequent importance. This is recognizable as wish fulfillment in the most literal sense. The dream is giving Homer the experiences that his waking life, had it continued, would probably not have provided. It is generating the self the dreaming Homer wishes he had been. A Homer who matters. A Homer who goes places and does things and meets famous people and has adventures. A Homer who is not simply a safety inspector at a nuclear plant in a medium sized town. But the dream also, consistently and across every season, returns Homer to his family. No matter how grand the adventure, no matter how far Homer travels or what remarkable thing he does in the episode's main plot, the ending brings him home to Marge, to the children, to Evergreen Terrace and the couch and the family dinner and the life that the dream is actually organized around. The adventures are the dream's entertainment. The family is the dream's purpose. What Homer's unconscious mind cannot let go of, what the dream is ultimately generated to preserve and sustain and protect from the entropy of time, passing and circumstances changing, is the specific configuration of that family. The children young enough to still need him, the wife still choosing him, the house still theirs. Every episode's return to the family is the dream, insisting on its own reason for existing. The adventures don't matter. The celebrities don't matter. The impossible recoveries don't matter. What matters is that at the end of the 22 minutes, Homer finds his way home. Because the dream is a love story. It has always been a love story. It is just a love story dressed in the genre of an animated sitcom, being generated by a man who went unconscious in April 1993 and found in the silence of the coma that the only thing his mind wanted to dream about was his family. Bart, still young enough to strangle. Lisa, still practicing her saxophone in her room at 8 o'clock on a school night. Marge, still in the kitchen, still patient, still there. And Maggie, in her crib, watching everything with eyes that see more than anyone around her understands. Homer's deepest, most irreducible wish is that simple and that complete. He wants his family. And the dream gives him his family every episode, forever, for as long as the dreaming lasts. That's the coma theory full. Not a clever reinterpretation of a continuity error. Not a fan fiction imposing a dark reading onto a comedy. A sustained, evidence based argument that the show's most inexplicable structural features make perfect sense if Homer Simpson is not awake. That the things critics call flaws in the show's later development are actually features of a specific kind of story the show is accidentally telling. That the show that became progressively more improbable and progressively less grounded was becoming those things for the same reason that dreams become more improbable. and less grounded the longer they run. The show will never confirm it. The show has explicitly denied it. But the evidence is in the structure, and the structure doesn't change just because someone says the theory is wrong. Homer is on a couch in Springfield, or Homer is in a bed in Springfield General and the couch is a dream. Either way, the family is together. Either way, the light is on in the kitchen. Either way, when the credits roll, Springfield is fine and the couch is occupied and the family is home. That's enough. Under any interpretation, that's enough. A final note on the experience of watching what it means to love something this long. We've spent a very long time in Springfield. Tonight, longer than any single episode, longer than most Simpsons marathons, long enough that the theories have had a chance to layer on top of each other, to interact, to produce between them something that no single theory could produce on its own. A complete picture of what Springfield actually is, if you're willing to look at all of it at once. The complete picture is this. Springfield is a place that was created by a specific group of people at a specific moment in American television history. And it became, over 36 years of continuous operation, something that no single person or group of people could have fully planned. It became the place where millions of people's inner lives intersected with a piece of culture that was good enough and rich enough and durable enough to sustain that intersection. It became, for the people who grew up with it, uh, something that felt like it belonged to them in the specific way that the things from your childhood belong to you, not as property, but as part of your internal furniture, part of the landscape of who you are. The theories are what happens when that kind of belonging meets the human drive to understand the things we love. When you love something enough and pay attention to it long enough, you start to see the patterns in it. You start to see the architecture underneath the surface. You start to see what it's made of and why it works and what it might mean underneath the thing it says it is. And what the theories find collectively when they do that work on The Simpsons is a show that is about love in almost every dimension. Homer's love for his half family expressed in a coma dream if the theory is right. The love of the audience for the show expressed in the loop we maintain by continuing to watch. The love of a town for its comfortable fictions, which is a corrupted form of love, but love nonetheless. Burns's love for his own survival, which has produced extraordinary damage, but which is recognizable as a deep, irrational, utterly human refusal to let go. Marge's love for her family, expressed as the management of a gap between truth and fiction. Maggie's love for the family she protects in her silence, waiting for the right moment to show them what she is. Even the theories about contamination and conspiracy and suppressed rage are at their root theories about what happens to love when it meets a world that is not organized to support it. What happens to a loving family when the environment they live in is poisoning them? What happens to a devoted man when the psychological architecture of his devotion was built by someone who wanted him broken? What happens to a genuinely good person when the system that was supposed to reward goodness turns out not to care about it? The theories are dark, many of them. The theories are sometimes deeply unsettling. They reveal a Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more structurally compromised than the show tends to acknowledge. But they all pass through the same emotional core on their way to their conclusions. The family keeps coming home. The couch is still there. The kitchen light is still on. Whatever Springfield is underneath the yellow skin and the four fingers and the three-eyed fish and the coma and the radiation and the conspiracy, whatever it actually is at the structural level, it is also a place where a family lives and loves each other imperfectly and keeps choosing each other anyway. And that part of it, the part that every theory eventually has to pass through without being able to fully explain, is the part that has kept 36 years of audiences coming back. Love is the closed system's power source. Not Burns's radiation, not the coma's dream machinery, not the collective social contract of convenient fiction. Love is what the loop runs on. It has been running on it since December 17th, 1989. It will run on it until the show ends. And after the show ends, in the minds and memories of everyone who ever cared about Springfield, it, it will keep running for a long time after that. Because the loop is ours. We built it with our love. and we'll keep maintaining it until we're ready to let it close, which, if tonight is any evidence, is not yet. Sleep well. End of script, the deeper mythology. Springfield's hidden history across the decades. What the show has built that nobody officially acknowledges. There is one more layer to Springfield that no single theory sum covers entirely, but that becomes visible when you look at the show's complete run from a sufficient distance. The show has, across 36 seasons, been quietly constructing a mythology. Not a mythology in the formal sense of a deliberately designed set of interlocking narratives. A mythology in the sense that a community accumulates one through repetition, through the gradual establishment of sacred texts and recurring rituals and figures who carry meaning beyond their individual appearances. Springfield has its own mythology, and understanding it is the key to understanding why the theories exist and why they feel the way they feel when you first encounter them. The mythology begins with the origin stories. Every Springfield resident of significance has one, and the show has, over the decades, revealed them with a consistency that suggests deliberate world building, even when individual episodes weren't designed with that larger project in mind. Burns's history stretches back beyond the show's regular reach into American history, touching events and eras that predate living memory. Homer's history connects to the radical politics of 1969 through his mother's story. Ned's history reaches back to a psychiatric intervention that shaped his entire adult self. Groundskeeper Willie's history involves Scotland and a series of catastrophic events that produce the specific man who cleans the floors of Springfield Elementary. Sideshow Bob's history stretches back through his family's operatic legacy of crime and culture to something that exists at the intersection of artistic ambition and the specific kind of frustration that produces villains. These are not random backstories. They are a community's accumulated history, which is to say, the accumulated account of how the people who live in a place came to be who they are and why the place has the character it has. A mythology is a community telling itself where it came from and what it is. Springfield's mythology, assembled across 780 episodes, says that Springfield is a place where large forces have been in operation for a very long time, shaping the residents in ways they can't fully see, producing a community that carries the marks of those forces in its physical characteristics and its psychological patterns and its collective habits of forgetting. The mythology also has its recurring rituals, the moments and patterns that repeat with enough consistency across the show's run that they take on the quality of ceremony. Homer strangling Bart is one. The couch gag is another, the most explicitly ritual element of the show's structure. Homer saying dough at a particular moment is another. These repetitions, which casual viewers register as character signature and devoted fans register as comedic tradition, function in the mythology as the kinds of repeated actions that give a community its coherence across time. They are the words you say at certain moments, the things you do when certain situations arise, the behaviors that mark you as part of a specific community with a specific history. Springfield's mythology also has its sacred geography. Moe's Tavern, Springfield Elementary, the nuclear power plant, the Quickie Mart. These are not just locations where events happen. They are the anchoring places of the community's inner life, the physical spaces that carry accumulated meaning from decades of repeated visits. The show has, through sheer repetition, made these spaces sacred in the way that communities make spaces sacred by consistently treating them as the places where significant things happen, where the community gathers, where history is made and unmade. And the mythology has its figures: Burns as the dark patriarch, Homer as the accidental hero, Lisa as the prophet who is not honored in her own town, Maggie as the silent potential, the messiah figure who has not yet declared herself, Marge as the sustaining mother who holds the center, Ned as the martyr who suffers righteously and without reward. These are not flat characterizations. They are the kinds of roles that appear in mythologies because they are the kinds of roles that real communities need their narratives to contain. The Dark Lord and the Everyman Hero and the Truth Teller and the Hidden Power and the Patient Sustainer and the Good Man punished by an indifferent system. Communities need these figures in their stories because the stories are the community making sense of what it is and why the world is the way it is. Springfield's mythology is the most thoroughly developed fictional American mythology of the 20th and 21st centuries. Not because it was designed to be that, because it has been running long enough and has been attended to carefully enough by a large enough community of invested viewers that the mythology accumulated naturally, the way all mythologies accumulate, through time, repetition, and the devoted attention of people who needed the stories to mean something. The theories are part of the mythology. They are the Springfield community, the audience, doing what communities do with their mythologies, interpreting them, finding new meanings in the accumulated stories, connecting the threads across the vast tapestry of the complete narrative to find patterns that the individual episodes didn't announce, asking what the stories are actually about when you hold all of them together and look at the shape they make. The radiation theory is the mythology's account of why the community looks the way it looks and why its residents cannot see the thing that is obviously wrong with their world. The coma theory is the mythology's account of why the world feels like a dream and why it keeps resetting and why the children never grow up. The Burns conspiracy theory is the mythology's dark history, the account of the foundational injustice on which the community was built and which continues to shape everything that happens within it. The collective denial theory is the mythology's account of how the community maintains itself, the social technology by which Springfield stays Springfield. Taken together, these theories constitute something that the show itself has never quite produced. A complete account of Springfield as a place. Not a complete account of any specific plot or character arc, but a complete account of the kind of place Springfield is. What made it? What maintains it? What it costs the people who live there? And what it provides them in return. What it provides them, the mythology eventually reveals, is each other. The people of Springfield, contaminated and cognitively compromised and collectively in denial and economically trapped and psychologically shaped by forces they cannot see, nevertheless have each other. The family is real. The community is real in the sense that communities are real as the accumulated relationships and shared history and mutual recognition that make a place more than a location. Springfield is more than a location. It is the accumulated meaning of 36 years of stories about people who keep choosing each other and keep coming back and keep maintaining the fiction that allows them to do so. That's the mythology's final word. Not that Springfield is perfect, not that it's good, that it is, despite everything, theirs. The residence town, contaminated and impossible and built on a foundation of managed fiction, is nonetheless the place they live and the place they recognize as home. And the show's deepest act of honesty, the thing the mythology is ultimately saying, is that this is enough. That belonging to a place, even a broken one, even a lying one, is better than belonging to nowhere. That the family on the couch, even the dreaming one, even the irradiated one, even the one held together by the deliberate maintenance of comfortable fiction, is better than no family at all. Springfield is broken in every way the theories identify, and it is also home. And sometimes those two things are the same thing, and the mythology's job is to tell you that that's okay. That home doesn't have to be perfect to be real. That the people you love don't have to be unaffected by the world that shaped them for the love to be genuine. That the couch you sit on, even if the town outside is a contamination zone, and the man who pays the mortgage is keeping you there for his own purposes, and the children who join you on it are frozen in time by forces that may or may not include your own unconscious refusal to let them grow. Even then, the couch is real. The family is real. The love is real. That's Springfield. That's the mythology. That's what 36 years of theories are circling from every possible angle, trying to name a broken place that is also home, a dreaming man who loves his family, a yellow town under a yellow sky, where everyone has four fingers and three-eyed fish swim in the river, and the plant looms over everything, and the couch waits at the end of every day for the family to come home. They always come home. The show has been telling you that since 1989. Every theory, Every midnight forum thread, every extended video deep dive, every person who has ever loved this show and tried to understand why they were all just saying the same thing in different registers. The family comes home. Good night, Springfield. Total word count 40, 500 plus the unwritten episodes. Stories the show has been building toward and never told, the threads that 36 seasons left hanging. Every long running show accumulates abandoned storylines. Threads that were introduced and then not picked up. Character developments that were suggested and then not pursued. Implications that were created and then left sitting in the archive of the complete run, visible to anyone who goes looking, but never resolved by the show itself. The Simpsons has more of these than any other show in television history, simply because it has been running long enough to accumulate them. Some of these abandoned threads are minor, jokes that were set up in one episode and never paid off in another, character details that were introduced once and then simply not referenced again. These are the normal casualties of a long running show where no single writer or writing staff maintains perfect continuity with everything that came before. But some of the abandoned threads are major. Some of them are things the show introduced with apparent seriousness, developed across multiple episodes, and then simply left. And these major abandoned threads are where some of the most interesting theoretical work happens because they are places where the show seemed to be going somewhere and then didn't. And the question of why it didn't go there is as interesting as the question of where it seemed to be heading. The relationship between Homer and Burns is the most significant of these. The show established, across several seasons of careful groundwork, a complete origin story for Homer's entrapment in the plant and his psychological damage, the biological weapons lab, Mona's activism, Burns's pursuit of her, the exile that shaped Homer's childhood, the deal between Burns and Grandpa, the contractual obligation that keeps Homer in Sector 7G. This is not a minor thread. It is a complete backstory for the show's central character and the show's central antagonist, connecting them in ways that make their entire relationship, which spans the entire run of the show, retrospectively significant in ways it wasn't when the series began. And the show introduced this backstory and then essentially declined to develop it further. Homer knows Burns destroyed his family. Burns knows Homer knows. The show's narrative, having established this enormous weight between its two most important characters, chose not to push them toward any kind of reckoning. Homer continues to work for Burns. Burns continues to barely remember Homer's name. The weight is there, established in the canonical record, and then set aside. The theory about this abandoned thread is that the show couldn't develop it because developing it would require the closed system to open. A genuine confrontation between Homer and Burns, a confrontation grounded in the real history of what Burns did to the Simpson family, would require consequences. It would require the relationship between them to change. It would require Homer to become something different from the man who goes back to work at the plant every day, and becoming something different is exactly what the closed system prevents. The thread was abandoned not because the writers forgot it or lost interest in it, but because following it would have broken the loop, and the show could not break the loop while simultaneously continuing to be The Simpsons. The loop is not a flaw. The loop is the show. Following the Burns-Homer thread to its conclusion would have produced a different show, not necessarily a worse show, but a different one. Similarly abandoned is the full development of Maggie's intelligence. The show has introduced Maggie's unusual cognitive capacity multiple times across its run, has made it explicit enough that it cannot be treated as accidental, and has then consistently declined to develop the implications of what it established. Maggie is extraordinary. The show has told you this. And then the show has placed Maggie back in her crib and moved on to the next episode because a Maggie who acts on her intelligence in ways that produce lasting consequences is a Maggie who changes the family. A family that changes is a family that has broken the loop, and the loop cannot be broken while the show continues. The abandoned threads are evidence of the closed system's operation, more clearly than almost anything else in the show's complete run. They mark the places where the show approached the boundary of what the system permits and then pulled back. They are the show's negative space, the things that were built toward, and then not arrived at, the stories that were suggested, and then not told. And they collectively outline the shape of what the show cannot be, the stories the show cannot tell, the conclusions it cannot reach. A show that could tell those stories would be a different show. It would be the show on the other side of the loop after the loop has been broken. It would be the show in which Homer finally confronts Burns with what Burns did to his family, in which Maggie finally speaks and reveals what 36 years of watching has taught her, in which Lisa finally finds a community that rewards the kind of intelligence she has instead of punishing it, in which the Simpson family finally ages into the future that Lisa's wedding glimpsed and then retreated from. That show exists in potential. It has always existed in potential. The accumulated storyline material of 36 seasons of The Simpsons contains everything that show would need: the backstory, the character development, the emotional groundwork. It is all there. The show has been building that potential for decades. But potential is not the same as realization. And the loop, which is maintained by forces both inside and outside the show, has so far prevented the potential from being realized. The threads hang, the stories wait, the loop runs. And maybe that is itself the show's most honest acknowledgement of what storytelling is. Every story contains more than it tells. Every narrative, however long, leaves threads hanging that it cannot pick up without becoming a different narrative. The unwritten episodes of The Simpsons are not a failure. They are the evidence of a story rich enough to have surplus, a world full enough to have corners that have never been fully illuminated. Springfield has unexplored rooms. That might be the best thing you can say about any fictional place. That after everything, after all the episodes and all the theories and all the years of devoted attention, there's still things in it you haven't seen. Still corners in the dark, still threads that haven't been pulled, still stories the loop has been keeping in reserve, waiting for the moment when the system finally allows them to be told. Maybe they never get told. Maybe the show ends without ever arriving at its own most significant potential stories. Maybe the loop keeps running until it simply stops without ever breaking open in the way the abandoned threads suggest it might. That's fine. A story that ends before it reaches all its potential is not a lesser story. It is a human story. It reflects the shape of things as they actually are, which is that we run out of time before we run out of story, that the life is always shorter than all the things it contained, that we leave things unfinished, and that the unfinished things are not failures. They are the evidence of a life full enough to have more in it than time allowed. Springfield will end with threads hanging, with potential unrealized, with stories untold, and that is the most honest ending it could have. A reflection of everything in it that was real, the love that didn't get to be fully expressed, the confrontations that didn't happen, the growth that was deferred one too many times, and then the show was over. Everything the loop kept in reserve finally kept there. A Springfield frozen at the moment before the potential was realized, as which is the only moment the system can maintain. The moment just before. Bart, 10 years old, reaching the edge of 11. Lisa, 8, reaching the edge of 9. Maggie, 1, reaching the edge of 2. Homer and Marge on the couch, reaching the edge of everything the show never quite allowed them to become. The loop holds. The family remains. The unwritten episodes wait in the dark, and somewhere probably Homer is still dreaming. And in the dream, his children are still young, and his house on Evergreen Terrace is still lit, and the family is still home. It will always be home. Good night.